Hi, everybody, and welcome to round 9 of the Isle of Wight Masters. I am joined again by Katie Tsatsas. Oh, I was so close. Both of the other times I got it. So I'm so sorry. Katie Tsatsasalashvili,
Yes.
who joined me for round 2 and round 3. So very exciting now because there will have been a lot of changes in the standings since you were last here. So, as you said, we've got 3 people in the lead. We have Bobby Cheng, Matthew Wadsworth, and also Vladyslav Larkin. So these are our 3 players on 6.5 out of 8. And actually, Matthew and Bobby have not played each other yet. So this is a very big matchup between 2 leaders. And then we have Vladyslav playing against Sebastian Bogner, who's just behind on 6. I mean, I guess there's always a chance that if Bobby and Matthew make a draw and Sebastian wins, there will be a couple of people on 7, right? So then it would go to tie breaks. But I'm guessing that board 1 tie breaks will be highest, probably, because they will have had very high average the whole tournament. But yeah, so this is our last round of the tournament. For those of you who have been watching, thank you for joining us. We see the players now just shaking hands, and we do have 1d4 on the board. It's an early round. It's only 10 a.m. in the UK, so usually the last round of these kinds of tournaments starts at 9. 10 is quite generous, I think.
Yeah, I guess. Hello, everyone, and greetings to our chat. I'm so happy to be back. I was actually just following some of the games to check out who's the leader, and Babichenko was doing quite nicely. I thought he would be the leader in the last round, but you just told me a few minutes ago that he took bye in the round 8, which is not very common thing to have when you're a leader. But strategically, it might be also a very smart decision by Bobby because, with such a long tournament, especially with double rounds, we might just get exhausted. And now he's going into the last round with white pieces. I would say very smart decision by Bobby Cheng.
Yes, absolutely, especially because yesterday was a double round day, and Matthew and Sebastian and Vladislav, they were all playing yesterday afternoon. Some of them were playing very long games, and so they will be quite tired today, whereas Bobby was able to take a rest yesterday afternoon. And like you said, going into the last round with the white pieces and a rest is always very nice. And we have Slav. So yesterday, Matthew played this exact same setup against 1c4, and it actually did end up transposing into a Slav. So this is clearly something that Matthew likes to play. Yesterday, we saw him play this a6 line with b5. And I think he'll be very comfortable. This seems to be exactly the positions that he likes to have. But now this can be different, right? Because we can get this line with e4, and sometimes it goes a bit crazy. Like there are some b5 and then like e5 lines sometimes. Right? This is something that's possible.
Yeah, I think it's quite challenging actually, opening from both sides. White simply goes with g3 and fianchettos the bishop on g2. I think Bobby Cheng really likes Catalan type of positions, and he likes this bishop to be on g2, which is actually a very good decision to have. If black wants to keep the pawn on c4, then you have to play b5 as you're pointing out, which makes then g2 bishop quite wild piece on the board. To avoid this kind of pawn push on the queen side, white usually not hurries to play knight to c3. White prefers to keep this knight on b1, not to be under b5, b4 pawn storm. But anyway, let's see how black is going to continue the play here after g3. I think this is the moment when you can just take some time and figure it out. Do you want to play b5 right away? Do you want to play first e6 and develop your king side? Maybe you want to play knight to bd7 to stop knight b5 e5 happening. So there are a lot of questions black might have at this point, and that's why we see here black actually thinking quite some time already for like 2 minutes.
Yes, because obviously if you play b5 in this kind of position, then you have a bit of a weakness on this diagonal with c6, and there can be lots of tactics, right? And that's exactly what white likes to have, is a super, super powerful bishop. And keeping the pawn on b7 just makes it a little bit harder for anything scary to happen on this diagonal. Sorry, I'm just fixing up our cameras because I think somebody walked past and knocked knocked the camera a little bit. So I'm just recentering the players. But we can take a look at board 2, which, has not started yet. So we don't have anybody there. Neither of the players are there yet. But
We
board
have very
3, we have...
in the chat, if we know if any players have a chance to get a norm in this tournament, because basically this is a tournament when you're getting the norms, obviously.
Yes, this is a very good question, and it's actually a question I do not have the answer for. A lot of the players that we
might know it.
Yes, the organizer might know it, so I can definitely send this question to the organizer and see if we can get an answer. A lot of the boards that we've been following so far during the streams have been already grandmasters, or for example, so Matthew Wadsworth, he already has all 3 norms. So
his rating to be 2500.
Exactly, and so
he's very close. He's so
very close. And after this tournament, he's already gaining 2 points, so he really only needs 9 points. I guess if he wins this game today, he'll be
having such a fantastic tournament. Look at this. He has won like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games and made 3 draws.
It's an amazing tournament.
And wait, what? Not 6, 5 games probably, because this is round 9. And still he's winning only 2 rating points. Sometimes it's a bit heartbreaking for me how the rating system is working, because to have such a tournament when you have not lost any game and you made few draws and you won so much games and you only win 2 rating points.
I know, it feels harsh, right?
It's hard.
You have to perform at such a high level. And I suppose it's because in this tournament, I was quite surprised. The Masters section, there are even a couple of like 17, 1800s. So I think that this Masters section has quite a few lower rated players than I would have expected to see. And so, of course, this means, in round 1 and round 2, he was playing against 2000s. And it's not the same as playing, a closed event, of course, where you are getting really high-rated opponents every turn. But it is nice for, building up your confidence and this kind of thing. And so we do actually see this line with b5. And this is already just a very comfortable position. White is going to be right in their element here. We have a chat message. I think that both Bogner and Massiege can make their 3rd norm with a win, but Stanley has played too many non-English. Wait for the organizer to confirm. Okay, so we have two players with the potential for a norm, which is very exciting. Both, I think, play on Lawrence Cooper's foreign CLCM.
There are different criteria to get the norm. It's not only enough to get a lot of points in the tournament, like 6.5 or 7.5, but you also need to have the average rating, like 2550 of your opponents, and then you also need to have federations. You cannot get the norm if you just played one federation only. So that's why to get the norm is such a difficult task for many players. Myself, I was hunting for my norms for like years and years and years. It was such a devastating experience, because like you get the point, then your rating average is below, then you get rating and performance, then the federation is not enough, or someone is not showing up at the board, and this is even worse thing. So you don't have enough players. It was, I think, never-ending, nightmare for me when I was hunting for my norms. Yeah, so I wish we're gonna have some people achieving the norms at this tournament. It will be such a memorable tournament for them.
Yes, this would be really, really exciting. And Also, it's very nice to get your norm. I believe both of these players play for England, so it's nice for them to get their norm at home, like as it were, you know, with their community. And yeah, it can be very difficult just getting the right pairings for the norms, or like not getting one person show up even for a game, and then all of a sudden you can't qualify anymore. It feels really, really unfair.
The worst is when your first round opponent is not showing up. I also had that experience, and it means that you're gonna fight for the norm in 8 rounds instead of 9 rounds, and you start an event with already knowing that something started wrong. So, but yeah, anyway, what I really believe, whenever you are at the level of a grandmaster or international master or woman grandmaster, whatever norm you are trying to get, whenever you're at that level, age is gonna come. Unless you are very, very unlucky. Like, that's also situations like that.
Yes. Yeah, you just have to be patient, and you have to stay active, keep playing your tournaments, and you'll get there, absolutely. So actually, board 2 has now started. Both players are here. And we have this another d4 opening, Bogo Indian. So it would be Nimzo Indian if we had had knight to c3, but instead we've had knight to f3. So it's just slightly different. I'm not a d4 player. Oh, we have a transmission error. Okay, we've had a couple of transmission errors this tournament. It will probably resolve itself. Yes, okay, it's already resolved itself. There we go. That's great. So yes, board 2, and we have a5 after bishop to d2. So you can play a couple of things here, right? You can just play knight to c3, or knight d2, but bishop d2 is the most popular move in this position. And then a5. So this is a
sideline, which is actually quite popular. I just opened my chess-based database right now. I'm trying to get in my opening repertoire, but like there's so many files and I haven't seen it so long. I'm really lost in here. But like the thing is that it's a sideline a5. It's quite challenging. The point is that if you capture this bishop on b4, I will recapture it back on b4 with the pawn. I have semi-open a file, which is really good for the rook. You might think that, oh wait, I can attack this pawn on b4 with, I don't know, queen b3, but this is the only piece you can attack the pawn on b4. And black can easily defend this one with queen e7 or with knight to a6. Knight c6 is another move here. And black has such a fantastic play on the queen side because of this pawn, the space advantage, right? And knight cannot go on c3, which is a natural square in this structure. So basically, white is not even considering to take the bishop on b4. I don't really remember, and I cannot really find my database right now of this happening. But I think white just goes with knight to c3, or even g3 here, and just tries to finalize the king side development and push d4 in the center as fast as possible.
Yes, absolutely. So we would be totally fine with black taking, but like you say, we don't want to take. So just g3, and we're going to just ignore this little part of the board for a bit and continue our development. So bishop to g2, bishop to b7, and castles. We have quite a few moves here. A3. So we have to ask this bishop, what is it doing? Do they want to trade? Do we want to come back? You have a couple of choices. You can also, I guess, come back to bishop to d6, but it's not as good probably as these two options. And here we're already kind of down to 85 games only. So this is, yeah, like you say, a sideline. We have bishop takes d2, queen takes d2. We can see how this is much better for white than if there was that annoying pawn on b4, right? And our knight can come out very naturally anytime it wants to. d6, queen to d3. So, I mean, this looks a little bit strange just visually, right? Because we have just moved our queen and now we're moving it again.
Yeah,
But
I really need to think. And it's not a perfect square for the queen, right? Like it's just the queen doesn't belong here. And there are so many natural moves to play instead of queen to d2. But obviously there is something. There is something, and Sebastian hasn't even thought any seconds here. Look at his time situation: 1 hour and 34. This is the digital clock we have. Maybe it's inaccurate, but it seems like he's blitzing out his moves, and he knows, and it is a theory, perhaps. I'm just thinking that maybe the idea of queen d2 is that if you keep the queen on d3 in this type of positions and structures, let's say. Instead of that, if we go knight to c3, which is so natural move, you might have something like bishop a6, and the pawn and the queen might be like pinned after d5 and everything. So maybe he just wants to get out from this pin, and that's why he played queen to d2. But
no, actually he played queen to d2 to d3. Queen d2 d3. Sorry. So it was bishop to the line bishop to d2 we captured with the queen. And then immediately queen to d3. Yeah, so immediately queen to d3. Sorry, it wasn't a trick question. But yeah, so
but also this is also looks very weird, right?
It does. Yes, both would look strange.
Yeah, this also looks quite weird, but like seems like this is the theory that he has seen it or prepared it, and we can definitely trust him in the preparation.
Oh, of course. Yes, and I guess after some moves like either knight c3 or knight d2, we're like preparing to play e4 potentially at some point. So the queen is also supporting this, and she is not supporting from d2. So we have bishop to e4. And queen to e3. Okay. So not what I was expecting, but bishop to e4 definitely. I'm assuming that this is all still theory. We're following 2 games here. 2 games that we have. Two grandmaster games. I think just online games even maybe. But has been played. Knight to c3, of course, tempo on the bishop, and bishop back to b7. So black is just saying I made your queen move, because on e3 I guess it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, this is a theory. Like I remember this kind of weird ideas here, never understood why, but I know that it exists. It really exists. At this point, shall we consider a move like d5 here, pawn takes d5 and knight d4, or with white,
yes,
knight d4 or knight to h4. We're not recapturing back. We're just pinning the knight d4 here.
Just knight d4. Okay.
Knight d4.
And so now it is impossible to capture back. Yes.
Yeah, this knight can go on f5, and maybe queen g5 is an idea. Maybe after c takes d5, we have knight to c6 square as well. There are some kind of ideas like that. When c5, perhaps knight to f5, the pawn on d6 is hanging. After d4, we are not losing the queen because we have queen g5 move, and too many black's pieces are hanging right now. We want to checkmate. We want to take 1b7. I don't know. It's so weird position already.
Yeah, this is very strange position. I guess you have to play something like this, and then what happens now? I guess you have time to take here if the bishop is saved.
Yeah, very complicated. But I think white is the one who has better chances here to get the advantage.
Yes, and then you keep your nice bishop as well, which is very important. So this is crazy, very, very sharp, scary position. I didn't see coming. This is a really fun line. And I would say just from watching Vladyslav playing the past couple of games, he does like to use his time, and I've seen him getting into quite a low time situation quite early on in the games. So down to, 20 or 30 minutes when his opponent has a lot more time left, but he manages those positions very well. Like I guess kind of like Grishuk, where you just get into horrible time trouble and then you play the best
Yeah,
move.
there's so many people who does like that, and you never trust them on time. Like if you see that they're blitzing out, they're just good at that. So don't blitz out yourself too. That's the trickiest point. If I may have a moment to greet my chat as well, because
Of
I'm not
course.
streaming at all, and whenever I see my people, they're being happy. I'm also happy, and I'm actually considering to stream this title Tuesday. So I hope I will do that, and yeah, I want to play some over the board tournaments. After commentating this one with you, I was like, I want to play some more tournaments, and I'm looking to find some like rapid tournaments perhaps here in Poland, and wants to have some practice before that.
That's fun. And I know you said that you don't like to stream your tournaments, but if it was rapid, do you think you would consider it?
I used to stream it, but actually, it was a very interesting experience. It was not so bad experience because, like, I also like to let people know how the things are working around. I don't know if you have seen this video that I posted on Instagram yesterday.
Yes. Oh, I didn't know. I did see it, and I felt so bad when I saw this because
Yes.
you had played obviously such a good game against Grandmaster to get to the point where you're just giving checks, and then
Yes.
if anybody who hasn't seen it, you have to watch Ketty's Instagram reel. I don't want to spoil it, but
It's so painful. But like when you're streaming, you can never undo these moments, and you have to carry on and say like, "Haha, it was so funny," but it was not funny. Obviously, it was not. If it was not live, maybe I would not show it. Anyway, it was like fun experience to stream. But yeah, absolutely. If I play this tournament, either I stream or I will record the games because why not? It's so much fun to do so.
yes, recording is a really nice idea because then you don't have the immediate stress. And if something happens that you don't like, you don't have to share it if you don't want to. So this is nice. And then you can also give your own voiceover kind of explanation too. So this is a really nice idea. So we have queen to d3 on the board. And I just want to say there, obviously you cannot play you cannot play bishop back to e4 now because the knight is guarding, so there's no opportunity to try to repeat that. And the queen is obviously happy on d3. I guess black is happy that white's queen has moved now 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the opening. So this is a lot of tempi.
That's not a dream scenario, but if white managed to keep this center and pushes e4 next move, white will be more than happy because this is not a dynamic position. It's very static position, and you can afford to lose some time, especially when you start the game, when you're with white pieces. So that's why here the moves that black should consider is against d4. The first candidate move is obviously d5 to stop that right away, but you're giving up e5 square, you're locking your bishop there, and we know that in this battle g2, bishop b7, bishop b7, bishop never wins, so you have to double check that. You can play also c5 to strike in the center with that, but then you're giving up the b5 square, and d6 pawn will be forever weak. And there is this idea that I love the most here, bishop to a6. To pin the pawn on c4, you want to play d5 next, and somehow white has too many heavy pieces on this diagonal. If you play e4 now, you're going to have queen and the rook on f1 under the pressure. So this can actually spice up things a little bit here in this position.
Yes, exactly. You never want to step into this kind of position where you're just prone to tactical shots from the opponent. And here, after this bishop to a6 idea, it's a really interesting idea from the engine b4. I guess you can just play b5 here, and then you don't have any worries on this diagonal anymore.
Oh, I love that idea.
Yeah, this is really cool. But I suppose here you don't have to play d5. You know, it's not forced. You can see that b5 is coming, and you don't have to play it. Unfortunately, I think the cameras have gone down. Oh no, they're back. They're back. Great.
Yeah, once I saw how my camera was falling on the floor because someone probably crushed it.
Oh yes, this is so
I saw
stressful.
that live.
This almost happened to me. This almost happened to me once, and it's very stressful. You have a lot of extra things to think about when you're.
It bothers you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We have e5 actually, so this is a bit different. So I wasn't expecting it. I guess here you can still play this e4, right?
Yeah, I can still play e4 in this position, but like, can we? There is this crazy line with engine suggest, which engine suggests with 94 sacrifice.
Yes.
And then f5. Point being that you want to push e4 next, but this weakens so much of black's position, right?
Yes. Yes, the king is now very, very open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if the queen goes on e3.
Then you have threats here.
Yeah.
As well. Or even checks as well. Lots of threats. But yeah, this is a very crazy engine line, but I agree, it seems very weakening to the black king.
Yeah, and it's not even good, so I think black should not go for that.
Yes, it doesn't feel very natural.
Yeah, what is natural here perhaps is to take on d4 and to create some kind of nice square for knight on c5. Knight c5 or knight e5. You can obviously do that. As the dark square bishop has been traded, black has set up the pawns on dark squares, so that actually shows that black is superior on the dark squares. Knight c5, knight e5 is another square that black is totally controlling. I think this is quite a nice position after knight c5. Rook e8 you can play next and chase the pawn on e4.
And now this queen has moved so many times, right? She has moved like 8 times or something in the opening.
Yes, not a good sign.
Shall we take a look at board 3?
Let's do that.
Great. So we have another d4. We've only got d4 openings on the top 3 boards. And you know, this always happens when you're on for commentary, Ghasi, because we had some more e4, c5 positions in some of the other rounds. But so we've got d4, knight f6, knight f3.
I brought it back, right?
Yeah. And now they knew you were coming, that's why. Yeah. And so we have a bit of a different opening than anything we've seen so far this tournament.
It's one of the favorite setups, and it's so sharp you can't imagine. For the blades and rapid, this is like something that I very much recommend everyone to play. And as you can see, you don't play this c4 the traditional way to play any opening with white, but what you're doing here is just you're basically playing like London, but instead of bishop on f4, you're bringing this bishop on b2. Which also supports the pawn on d4 and supports the knight on e5. So what you want to do here is you want to play bishop b2, you want to play knight b to d2, and you want to play knight e5. And then you want to play f4, rook f3, rook g3, and then you can just go for checkmates and some crazy ideas there. So that's why it's so easy to memorize these lines. And also, like if black doesn't know how to go against this, you can win the game very fast.
Yes, I've played against this once, like one of the only times I played, it was unrated, thankfully, rapid over the board, and my opponent played this, and he actually got a really great position, and I was miserable.
Oh, the feeling, I know the feeling. Yes. I also faced it myself with black pieces. I almost got checkmated. And then I was like, yeah, why I don't play openings like this? Like, why I don't play myself? And I searched a little bit, and I love this setup. It's pretty nice.
So we have castles, knight b to d2, b6, and c4. So slightly different from going for knight e5, right? This is, I guess, when you're playing grandmaster to grandmaster in classical chess, you're not having this early checkmate anyway.
Yeah, that's one thing to do. But another thing is probably this part of the preparation. Very often you don't like what your opponent plays against your main opening, and you want to take this person out of the preparation. I don't really like c4, to be honest, because black has done nothing wrong. This is black's usual setup: bishop to b7, rook to c8. And the pawns are already fighting for the center, and everything is perfect. And usually in these positions, white's bishop is much more active on f4 and on g5. That's the main setup here. And I'm just very much curious what is his idea. Maybe he also takes the pawn on d5 and create the isolated pawn. That's also a possibility here.
So we have takes and knight takes. This knight is quite nice, but yes, in these like d4, c4 positions, you usually have this bishop over here, and it's doing a lot more than it feels like it's doing right now. We have d takes, so we're opening up a bishop. But you also give black, pretty decent bishops here by pushing c4 and making all these trades in the center. You're giving very, very nice position here too.
Yeah, it's very similar on structure. And here what is really matter, who starts to attack the first. Like if white can make two moves in one, like queen e2 and rook d1 and rook c1, so white is better, obviously. But now after queen e2, for instance, you can already start to chase the bishop on d3 and play knight to b4 and ask where this bishop really goes. Are you going to play on b1 because this is a bit ugly square for this bishop, or
yes, and it's slow, right? Because if you're wanting to chase this knight, then you're weakening b3 a little bit, but you're disconnecting your rooks, and it's very slow. It seems very, very key in a lot of these d4 openings for black to make these tempo gaining moves, right, against white. Because otherwise white is just very happy.
Sorry to interrupt, but we just had a player with his player card with his name written by hand and a little smile. It's so sweet. And he was really just standing in front of our camera. So I didn't say it. That's funny.
So I suppose now black is just deciding what they want to do. Bishop takes c5. I suppose b takes c5 is also possible, but you're giving yourself an isolated c pawn. So I'm not sure I really understand why this would be a move you'd want to make. I guess you're controlling d4 a bit, but I mean, you can't put a piece here. I think I just prefer bishop takes.
Bishop takes is really good.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the videos that we have access to, and one of the videos we have is from Alexandra Prado, who's a streamer and streaming this tournament. And I saw that her opponent has a mobile phone on the board. I have never seen that for the last few years, to have a mobile phone in the playing venue. And then the next person also has a mobile phone on the table. So I think that's part of
anti-cheating.
Just to have the phone somewhere that people can see, because like if you have it in the bag or if you have it in the pocket, no one can really see it. But
this is something I've heard of, but I've never seen.
In some tournaments that I played, I think in Spain, they are providing the plastic bags which are transparent, and you're putting you're putting the mobile phone in the transparent bag, and you are hanging it on the chair, and it looks so funny, actually.
That sounds like a good idea. I haven't seen any of this. Usually, when I've been to a tournament, you just hand it in to the front desk,
Hmm.
and then they will give you, a ticket or a number, and then you go and pick it up later. But yeah, I think that this is a good way because it cuts down, wait time after the game. You don't have to go in queue to pick your phone up, and you really do know that they can't use their phone if it's right on the desk. I actually don't like this idea of the phone being in the bag. I don't like this at all. And I've played tournaments before, where people have taken their handbag or something out of the room with them, and I feel
Yeah.
like, I don't know what's in there.
I don't like that. I'm a girl myself, and of course, like we have this little purse, like we have some, I don't know, whatever things inside.
Yeah.
But during the tournament, I never carry my bag to the
No, me
bathroom
neither.
because uh it is like, okay, you trust yourself, but it's like it's just not nice to make your opponent nervous
No.
about anything or to have some thoughts. Like it was such devastating for me when I was playing. Like there were so many girls with their small purses and running to the bathroom every time, and like like it's just weird. It's just so
Mm,
weird. Um, and
yes.
cheating is such a big issue for the tournaments, right? So you can't really control, and basically we are just very much depend on people's goodwill not to cheat. Otherwise, it is so expensive to control the cheating at the tournament. You have to have so many devices, and you have to have so many arbiters, and the arbiters should go through the games. And only the tournaments which are like very high level and have big budget can do that.
Yes.
Small events cannot do that. So basically, it is very much upon on the goodwill of people. So yeah, and I know that some people don't even understand how bad this is. They just think it's just one game or so. But it just kills the mood of chess tournament. And yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like it. I have seen some situations, very weird situations. And even if it was not in my game, I just hated the whole thing that was happening in the playing venue. It just not the good vibes.
Yes, a tournament I played last year, there was one player thrown out for cheating, and I just feel so bad for their opponents who, they wasted half of their tournament because by the time he has been kicked out, he's played 3 or 4 games already. And these
Yeah.
people, they've traveled, they've paid money, like they've come to play a tournament, and then there's just this one person who decides to
Yeah.
cheat, and they're really spoiling it for people.
Yeah,
But I
it's very
think,
disrespecting to
yes,
like everybody, not only this, I don't know, few people they
hmm,
played, but like whole tournaments, like
yes,
everyone who like you, everyone can cheat if it's a good thing, right? So like it's so disrespectful, and like I strongly encourage everyone just to play and enjoy, and like it is kind of crime to do so. It is just against the every rights of the other people, and we have to just understand that, and to play fair game.
mm. Yeah, I think that this idea of having the phones on the table, it feels very wrong because you're so not used to seeing the phone. Like you're so used to just not thinking about the phone. But I actually quite like it. It feels quite secure. That it really does reduce the chance because how many people are going to have a second phone, right? Like now
Yeah.
to cheat, you would have to have a second phone. Whereas with this other method where you hand it in at the beginning, you're not 100% certain that everyone is handing their
Yeah,
phone in. But if you
exactly.
can see their phone with your eyes, you know that it's there.
Yeah.
Let's just take a quick look at this opening, and then we have some questions about Jovanka. So we'll go and have a look at her
Mhm.
game next. We have another Sicilian. This is maybe Alexandra's 5th Sicilian or something this tournament.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, she defaulted her game yesterday afternoon by accident. She
Oh, I saw the post about it. But what happened?
mm, she just was she was mixed up about the time because a lot of the afternoon games, the double round games, have been at 4 or 5 p.m. This one was at 3 p.m., so it was much earlier than before, and she just wasn't expecting it. So
Okay.
Yes. So unfortunately, she defaulted. Absolutely, she didn't mean to. Like, no streamer goes to a tournament and then defaults a game, right?
Oh, that's so
But
bad.
yeah, it's really unfortunate. But she's playing today, and she's playing a girl, which is kind of nice to see two women playing chess together at an open tournament, because it means there are enough women playing that these matchups can happen.
Yeah.
It's quite rare. And now knight to g8. So you have like this nice space advantage as white. But now I guess these C and D pawns are very happy and almost unchallenged, right? On C and D5. Knight G8, D3, H5. So we're going to attack this strong connect 4 pawn chain. Knight to H6, looking at coming to F5 and B3.
Yeah, all these moves that Black has made is a pure provocation. What she has done so far, and she did it really good way. So she actually invited the pawn on E5, which looks so nice. But this pawn created weaknesses in the center. You pointed out D4 square. And you also pointed out F5, G4 square is out there for the knight. And this knight found really, really nice play. When the knight gets on F5, there can be very, very nasty moves like, I don't know, C5, bishop C5, queen to B6, and white has to be careful after castling. And I don't know if you can castle here too, because H4 is coming on the way, and you'll have this heavy attack on the king side. And so far, like, Black has spent some time here with these knight moves, but she shaped the position really nicely here.
Yes, and she's not really used any time, whereas Alexandra has used half an hour already. So we can assume that this is not what she was expecting to see on the board. She must be out of preparation. And just looking at Emily so far, she's only on 2.5 out of 8, but this is actually coming from only making a lot of draws against strong opponents. So she's actually gaining 10 points. She's been making draws against FIDE Masters, Candidate Masters this tournament. So she's having a much better tournament than her score would make it look with 2.5 out of 8, but she's definitely overperforming her rating.
Yeah.
And we see B5. So this is a very, very active move. Okay, after 5 minutes. And Alexandra spent 20 minutes and played B3. And just going back to this other game we saw with Alexandra last time you were here, she also played B3 in a position where it was not the best move. It was a game where maybe she was afraid of rook b8, I think. And then in the following Sicilian, she played b6, and it was also not good. And
she likes to play the positions with fianchetto bishops, perhaps. That's why.
Yes, exactly. So she's playing a lot of b3s and b6s in this tournament.
Try one b3 then, if she likes that position. So here her judgment, she was thinking for 20 minutes, as you said. That's too much time. But the problem is the development, and I totally understand why she spent so much time and why she came up with this idea. Because you don't want to castle here, right? You know knight f5 h4 is coming. You know that's the c4 queen b6 and all these nasty checks on this diagonal is coming. So, and another question is where then she was probably thinking maybe I'll castle on the long side, but you need to develop the queen side, and the bishop is the main problem here. If you go bishop on e3, d4 is the fork. If you go bishop to d2 and queen to e2, this is also a very, very passive setup, and you don't want to play like Black, in the game where you're white, right? You can play very passive. So she thought maybe b3 will also stop c4 happening, but in this position, we already have the weaknesses on the dark squares, and b3 increase even further the weaknesses on the dark squares. And the black's next move, b5. I don't know if it's needed to play b5 or not, but like it is carry move. Like when you have your opponent playing b5, sacrificing a pawn, and you know you cannot take this pawn because after knight b5, there is queen a5 check. You cannot really retreat this knight back on c3 because either you take it and you calculate well that you are not losing the queen after bishop d2. You have queen b2 still. And bishop to c1 is not possible. Rook is hanging. And after rook to b1, you will just run away with queen to a3. This is one way to play. Or if you don't want the complications, you can just play after knight to c3. Let's move 11. d4 and win the knight in this way. Yeah, this is also possible. Although we opened the bishop on this diagonal. So yeah, maybe this is not actually working.
Yes, this is much more complicated, right?
Yeah.
Because of checks and everything. But yeah, this is really nice for black. Do you know what I think probably happened? Is I think Emily probably took a look at Alexandra's games from earlier in the tournament. And then there was a game that Alexandra played in the Sicilian where her opponent threw a g-pawn at her. And it really freaked her out, and she couldn't take it for similar reasons, but she really didn't, and you could tell she didn't know what to do with being attacked like this out of the opening. And so I think Emily saw this game and probably thought, I'm going to just attack her because it does seem that poor Alexandra has had really defensive, passive positions in a lot of these games and been having to play them. And then obviously defending is much harder work than attacking. So she ends up getting into time trouble, and in a tournament with no time control, you really want to be the attacking player.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, the issue as well. Like, because in this opening, she went close Sicilian, and Alexandra, according what I have observed so far, she's quite nice in attack. She likes attacking positions and initiatives and everything. So if you do so, you should not play close positions, and close Sicilian is not a good opening for her. That's why she's not finding herself in the opening. She needs something open Sicilian, or there are also a lot of sidelines where you can have such nice initiative with the gambits, for instance. And it's so crucial to find your opening which suits your character and you're comfortable to play. Then everything will go smoothly. It will be just much better to go through the games and also to memorize the lines and everything. So once again, we're coming back to the topic where you need to find the opening which is best for you, and you will just not have the issues on the move 10 with white pieces.
I just received a response from the organizers about norms. And so apparently if on board 1, if Matthew Wadsworth were to win today, then he gets 2 points away from his 2,500 goal. So if he wins this, he'll be really close to Grandmaster. But like we said, we've got his norms already. And yes, Stanley, who actually I think is right behind Alexandra's opponent there. Let me just double check on the boards. Yes, so Stanley, who we can see sat next to Emily in the red jumper. We've got Stanley Badacsonyi, and he's FIDE master, but unfortunately misses out on an IM norm because he's played 6 English players in the tournament, and it's too many. So this is very frustrating for him because he's had a really good performance. He's on 5.5 out of 8, and he's gaining 20 rating points. So this is very nice tournament for him. But we can take a look maybe now at Jovanka's game, because we had a question about her before from the chat. We have been following her for most of the tournament. So unfortunately, yesterday afternoon she played an 1850 who is in live ratings around 2100. Made a draw against this very young, talented player. So
That could
Yes,
take
and
so much rating from Jovanka.
yes, exactly. But you know, she had a draw with Bobby Cheng, and she had a draw with another 24-50. So she's only losing 1.6 points after this. But it is disappointing, right, for her because she's had such good results before this game, and then this guy, Finn Shell, he has just been beating and drawing against international masters, and like, what can you do when you're playing an underrated kid? You just play the game that you get on the board.
Yeah.
But she has white in the last round, d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, bishop g5. Now bishop g7, knight bd2, d5, e3, castles, bishop e2, sorry, knight bd7. So we've seen her play kind of a similar setup to this earlier in the tournament, just with bishop to f4. But basically, you know, we're going to have the same pawn structures. And she seems to like this. But now b4. So this is fun. Completely different.
I like this move.
Yeah, yes. I love also when players know it's the last round, and so they just do something a bit fun.
I like it. Wait, do you have a course on 1b4?
I don't have a course on it, but I used to play it. Yeah.
I thought you had a chessable course.
I was no. No, I was meant to have a chessable course. I was making one with Mr. Dodgy, but he's not the most efficient person. And you know, I can say this because I sent him so he gave me like 1 or 2 week deadline to make this course. I spent hours and hours working on it, and then he was like, okay, now I'm going to do like move trainer, I'm going to make puzzles, and you know, he said, you know, he's going to do all of the chessable UI stuff. This was more than 2 years ago. So when I say he's not the most efficient person, I'm really not exaggerating.
It's in progress.
I'm not sure. I think maybe we have to go back to the drawing board, but there was a course.
I think this game is a sign to get back.
So we have a comment in chat saying Jovanka's opponent is born in 2011, and this is another tricky pairing for her. So yeah, I think this is going to happen when you're playing a tournament that takes place in half term, which is the kids' school holidays. So all of the kids are going to be at this tournament, right? And tournament organizers kind of do this on purpose because they know that kids and their parents are going to like bring a lot of numbers to their tournaments. And so it kind of sucks if you're hoping to play adults and hoping to play people of their actual ratings, because these kids are really underrated. And so just to give everybody a sense of how scary the British kids are, Billy Fellows, Jovanka's opponent, is gaining 124 points in this tournament alone, which will take him almost up to 2200. And if he were to win or draw this game, it would be, you know, even more. So he made a draw with international master Matthew Wadsworth in round 1, Matthew being one of the couple of players tied for first. So if Billy is making a draw against him, then we can really expect that he's a very strong kid. And in game 2, beat FIDE master Kasper Tomaszewski, and went on to draw with another international master in round 4.
Oh, he has
he's very strong.
That's what I was just like telling at the beginning. And sometimes, like, I love to play chess, but like, who likes to lose the rating, right? And obviously at this time everyone plays well. And it's not something that, because of the age, you might say like, oh, these kids they don't. They play very well, and everybody plays very well at this point, right? So I feel sometimes like at this like some of the events, people are like, I feel like they're firming the rating from me, and it's just some devastating experience. I was very close to 2400 to get the I have like 2 IM norms, and I was like, oh, when I will get 2400, I'm gonna get my 3rd IM norm, obviously. And then I dropped down to 22. I think now I have 22 like 90 or something. So I don't know where and I needed only 14 points to get 2400. So I had like 2380 something. And to look how much it will take me to get back this rating at the open tournaments, it just frustrates me, and it will probably never happen. And this is like so unfair situation with the rating balance that I think something should be changed. Like there are some people who are like highly rated, and there are some people who cannot even get their rating at the point they are, which is like so weird. And we need some changes.
Yes, we have a bit of discussion in the chat about it. So one idea is, could they just start to update everyone's rating after each like round or tournament? If FIDE got their tech in order, maybe this would be better than updating the ratings every month, because really in 1 month, if a kid gains 300 points, then it feels very unfair, right, to be playing against like an 1850 who is actually like 2200 in live ratings. But FIDE is very kind of slow about this kind of thing. So I don't think any changes are going to be made. And FIDE already did this thing last year where they were giving players under 2000 some extra points, but it actually doesn't seem to have made any difference with the children, because every year there are more children getting better at chess. So making one adjustment is not.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be. The problem is that this like the sport doesn't have an age, right? That's what we are proud of. You can play it at any age. So it should be some healthy place for also people who are not this plus 40k. Like after some years, the same kids will also suffer like rest of us.
This is true.
So like when I was a kid, I had the highest rating in my country and in the world, actually. Like I was in top 20 juniors. But like look at me now crying for my rating. So this is if this is not, we need some upgraded version of the rating system. Otherwise everyone will get there, right? So at this point, they are very dangerous. They can get 100 points, but they are also losing 100 points if they don't have a good tournament. So
this is true. It's very volatile. Anything can happen to these kids. And these 120 points that Billy is gaining at this tournament absolutely could be lost at the next tournament, which is a really good point. And it seems to also be a privilege to have like K20 or K10, and then you're not losing so many points. So anyway, this B4 move, A5 is played immediately, challenging the pawn, and then B5. So this is quite different to anything we've got.
Yeah, what if we ask ourselves why White played B5 and that before in B5? Perhaps she just wants to stop C5 happening. In the center. I don't know if it's a big deal at this point or not, because after C5 you always have C3 set up there instead of B4, B5. But perhaps this was some kind of idea that she came up on the board, as we can see that she spent some time here.
Yes.
About
8 minutes to play B4. Yes.
Yeah.
And we actually have a couple of moves later. We have C5 anyway, right? So C5 anyway, and we have en passant.
Yeah, we have en passant. You sound so good. Is it that stiff? Because you're living in France? We say again, and then say croissant. Oh, it's really cool. How long are you living in France?
I moved here in October 23.
Oh,
so like 1.5 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I suggest that you record the voice over, and every time we have a Pazan or chess.com, it should pop up your voice.
I was thinking maybe I should just start to make chess content in French because there are so few people who do it. Like not many
you're
people.
good at French. You speak French?
It's like intermediate. But
tell us something. Describe this position. Just describe this position in French.
No, I don't think I can even describe this position in English.
That's pretty language. I like French.
Do you speak some French?
No.
I can teach you the names of the pieces.
Oh, it will be so useful for all of us. Okay, some little one kind of French.
Very useful. So we have the pawns are the pions, les pions.
Pion.
Yeah, so it's quite similar. The queen is la dame, so she's actually the lady, because in French, queen is reine. It's not dame, but they call her the lady instead.
How is queen?
Sorry?
How is it? How is the queen in French?
La dame. D-A-M-E.
No, the other word.
Oh, la reine.
Okay.
Yes. And the king is le roi.
Le roi.
The bishop is le fou, which means like the fool. Yeah. So very like medieval court. The knight is le cavalier. The rook is la tour.
Okay. My favorite pieces are la cavalier, la dame, and rook.
And la tour. Yeah, it's funny because in English, people who are not playing chess, sometimes they call this the tower. You know, people who don't know that it's called the rook are calling this the tower. Yes. So it's very similar. And the chessboard is called l'échiquier.
L'échiquier. Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it's very similar in lots of languages. So yes, in German it's tower, and there's lots of similarities between different languages for how we call the pieces. Shall we take a look maybe back at board one? It's been a while.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Very important board.
Yes.
We have three people fighting for the first place. For the prize, for sure, we have quite nice prize fund here at this event. It is 4,000 pounds, right?
Yes, exactly.
For the tournament. And also what is very important is to get the title, like to given the title of winning the open tournament. It's a huge thing. So for these players, it is very important day. And right now at this very moment, a lot of things are happening in their hats. And one of them will be the champion of this tournament, which is like huge thing actually for the chess player.
Yes, and there's a lot of pressure, right? When you know that you have the opportunity to win any prize, specifically the first prize. But I remember this time I was maybe in contention for a women's prize, and I had never been in contention for a prize. So I was going around and looking at the other boards of the other women who were in contention for the prize, and it was so bad. I shouldn't have been doing this.
Don't do that.
And in the end, I lost my game, and I did not win anything.
So that's the first mistake you can do.
Yes, I know. It's really bad. It's really, really bad.
But you see, you're learning.
There's a lot of pressure.
With all the experience, you're just learning. And chess is like, if you don't give up, if you're still going, you will learn so much. I did yesterday my Duolingo in Polish, day 337. I'm doing this for this long. Actually, then I have plus 100 days that I quit somewhere. And then I was thinking, like, if I did 337 days, every single day chess studies, I would not be sitting here probably. So chess is like one of the few things that if you are I don't know how to, like, if you're doing it every day, if you're persistent, if you just keep it going, the result will be there and you will see the result for sure. Whereas with the
Yes.
languages, like either you speak or not, because it's so difficult for me to say something. And all you want to have in chess is the goal, like to know what you want to achieve. And the best is to have a small goals, like small goals, and to achieve the
Yes.
bigger goal. And you will definitely get there. And yeah, I'm so jealous of every kid right now who starts to play right now, because this is amazing time for them. Chess is more popular. By becoming the champion, you will get so much. Look at all the Indian chess players, right? Like you can get basically financially a really good situation too.
Yes, exactly. And
And you
now
have
a
so
lot of,
many.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, now a lot of these young Indian players are joining esports teams as well. So
Yeah.
they're getting this kind of sponsorship as well as traditional sponsorship.
Exactly. And you can have an access to the openings. You can see how the world class players are playing and the commentators are explaining it. This is just the best time for all the chess players who are starting, and just amazing period. So yeah, I wish I can just take time back and have this situation. It will be just so much easier for every chess player.
I don't miss being a kid though.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of miss it when I started to live alone. We're going so deep in our life
Yes,
conversation.
let's go back to the chess game on the board. So this is where we left off after castles. We did not see this move a5. Black is taking a lot of space on the queen side, and e4 is played. So white gets to play e4, which is something they always want to do in these Catalans, as I've learned from Ketty. Knight bd7 and bishop to e3. So we're preparing a discovery to attack the queen. Bishop b7 and d5. So we're allowing this discovery knowing that we can play c5, bishop c5, sorry. And now this is quite specific. You have to be very careful because your knight is no longer protected. It was protected by this pawn on d4. Yeah. So we either have to trade knights or bishop, right? I think.
Well, it is a very tricky position. If I play this myself with white, I had such a situation when I thought I'm better, because I played d5 with tempo, and there's so many weaknesses in black's position, and I have some kind of setup already where I might have the tactic. The black's king is in the center. There's a weakness on f7. The pawn on e6 is hanging, but we have the access to the engine. That's what we usually do after the game. They usually like, oh, I had not had any better position. I was worse actually. So this can take so much time from Bobby, and we can see last few moves was exactly that. Like he spent 15 minutes, 20 minutes to play d5, and it was not the most accurate move. And for black is like much easier to play here. At least you have extra pawn. All your moves are, you don't need to spend that much time, because if your opponent captures the bishop, you have to recapture it back, obviously. You don't need to think about anything else. And any trade of the pieces would lead us to the close to the end game, which is good for black. So I'm afraid that it's quite challenging time for Bobby Cheng right now.
Yes, and we can see that he's very focused at the board. And other than these two very obvious moves, which I thought were the only possible moves on the board, the engine has given a crazy third line that I just want to show the chatters, and that is knight c4 with the tempo on the queen takes, and then knight a4 to try to chase the queen. But it actually allows bishop takes and then bishop takes knight. And you end up having this extremely imbalanced position where white has the queen for 3 minor pieces. And I guess also the pawn you have won back, right? Because you took the pawn. So this is quite crazy. I don't think that we will see this on the board, but I just wanted to show it because it's fun.
It's brilliant, and this kind of positions can lead us to make the wrong evaluation of the position, and that's quite often biggest issue for players, that you think you're better, you think you have extra queen, but reality is that you don't have anything. So it can be quite funny to have this kind of sacrifice. But you know what? After knight c4, if white makes knight to c4, black is pretty much to do this, actually. Because like if you don't give up the queen, then you are going in very, very bad position. So let's say knight
right,
c4.
Yes. If you're playing like queen to b5, you mean?
Yeah. In this position, first I'm going to take the pawn on e6 to weaken the e6 square. Then I'm going to take on the pawn takes. I will take on c5, knight takes c5, knight takes c5, and something like queen to d6, for instance.
This looks very unpleasant. Really, really unpleasant. Yes. Now you're always threatening to take and then take, and black will not castle. I mean, black will not castle here anyway, probably. It's not fun. Really not a fun position to have. Yes, and here actually I think the engine has this crazy idea that you just take here first and allow this, which is apparently very good for black. And I guess yes, you have to take the knight. But even this is quite good for black, apparently. And I guess you have quite unpleasant pawn structure here, and you don't have the same active queen on d6, and you cannot remove the queen because your knight will hang. So this is actually a really nice move order for black. But there's so much to calculate in these positions, right? Because we're already talking about this crazy knight takes c4 idea, and really the moves you're considering here are, should I take your knight on d7 or should I take your bishop on c5? And
then you will consider here as well, and then to like e6, and also like back moves, like to recapture something back is much harder to spot than to capture something like farther, like, which is so strange thing, but this is how our brain actually works.
Yes, right. I guess you would want to consider a move like taking here or taking here, but then you get rid of these doubled c pawns.
Yeah, my biggest concern here for Bobby Cheng is that he will burn a lot of time. He has a lot of candidate moves here, and what also worries me here for him is that he might have like a different evaluation than it really is, because I had similar situation. I was so certain that I was much better. I have more space. My opponent's king was in the center, and this was only for one pawn. But the most precise way, if black can play, then black is just fine here.
Right, and just to show this from the other side, as black actually it feels all right, doesn't it? Because you have all of this queenside space, but I guess the center really is being run down by white, so it's quite imbalanced. It's very difficult to evaluate this position without having the engine telling you like it is for us.
I play Sicilian browser variation, so I have worst views with black physics than this one. So yeah, looks quite nice for Matty.
Shall we look at board 2? I think that Bobby is in a long think, so he is not making a move right away, and we can flick to camera 2 as well, and just to go back to e5, this is where we were, and we saw e4, and Sebastian had not used any time, and then just spent a little bit of time on this queen to d3, but other than that, he has pretty much played instantly. He still has almost 1 hour 20 minutes to Vladislav's 46 minutes. This is what I was saying about Vladislav enjoying to use his time a lot at the beginning, because now he's already halfway through his time. So rook to e8, he spent 27 minutes here, which is crazy amount of time. So he must have been doing a lot of calculating. One thing to note here is that when these players are using 27 minutes, he is not just spending 27 minutes to figure out whether or not he should play rook e8. He is calculating variations. He's calculating this variation with rook e8 and several moves.
94 was for sure what he was calculating at the beginning. And when you spend this much of time to play, you are making the move that you thought the least. In the position, it always happens to play it.
Yes.
And the recommendation is to play, not to think more than 15 minutes for one move. Otherwise, it also gives the sign to your opponent that you can find the solution and you are thinking too much.
This is true, yes.
Yeah,
very psychological.
Yeah, it's always good to control like every aspect of the chess and not make your opponent feel confident in any kind of position.
Yes, and in 15 seconds only, Sebastian plays rook fe1. So he was ready, after this 27-minute thing from Vladislav. He is just playing quick moves. And a4, queen c2 very quickly again after only 1 minute. He is not concerned about this position.
Yeah, I remember first 2 rounds he was playing a lot faster than his opponent, and then he was winning in the very end by blitzing out. So this is his style. Yeah, this is one of those players who plays very fast.
Exactly. And now we have this transformation that you mentioned earlier, Ketty, with the knight coming to c5, because there is no longer a pawn on d4. I guess this benefits both sides, right? White can have a knight on d4 and black can have a knight on c5. So it improves both of the knights. And now white has centralized the rooks. And really, white has much better coordinated pieces. This rook here is not doing a whole lot.
The guardian is pawn on a4, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And you never wanted to be a babysitter, and that's what his job is right now.
And your name being a rook and you babysit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree with that. It's much easier for play with white here. You have this 95 move to get more space advantage. You have knight f5. You can also start some kind of pawn, like kingside attack, like with h3, g4, or maybe even f4 somewhere. So white has way much more space in the center.
Yeah, f4 is a very nice aggressive move that could be played, especially after the knight has left f6, because this is the move that was played, knight f to d7. I guess to want to put this knight on e5, but that's not going to be possible after f4.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see this. This would be nice. This would be a nice, comfortable advantage for white.
Yeah. You know what is also nice? I think your sweater is it from this tournament?
Yes, they sent it to me. It arrived like 1 or 2 days ago, but yes, it's from this tournament.
So cool. Wait, it doesn't have a chessboard on the back?
It does.
Oh, ooh. Yes. I like it so much. I like it.
You should ask them for one. I think they would
send for one directly here live. I noticed this kind of like outfits to the arbiters are wearing, and also photographers. Like I felt that this is some kind of the tournament's very own. It's not hoodie, right? It's a sweater.
Oh yes, it's hoodie. It's a
hoodie. It's hoodie. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
It's nice. Apparently, it's organic cotton, as I was told by the organizer. I'm sure they're selling them at the venue, but apparently board 3 has already made a draw. So,
we might have a lot of early draws today, as it's the last round.
Yes, especially for those who know that they are not in contention for prizes. It's possible that they will just make an early draw and want to go home. I have a friend once when I was playing. It was my first tournament, Reykjavik Open, 2022, and he had to leave. He had a flight on the same day as the final round, and so he knew that his game on the final round had to be less than 3 hours, absolute maximum. And this is a tournament with time control, right? So it's very easy for the games to be 4 or 5. And so he was, I think, beating Grandmaster, and then he had to offer a draw and leave.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
So this is annoying. Board 3 is in contention for prizes for sure. This is true. With 6.5 points, you're in contention for a prize.
Well, we mentioned earlier the sometimes the problem of evaluating the position correctly. I had such a situation in Turkey. I played a tournament, the close tournament, and my opponent had the same situation last round. She had to leave, and she offered me a draw. I was with white pieces. I was thinking I already had, like, I don't know, 7, like I was anyway on the first place, and it was enough for me. And I looked at the position, and I was like, yeah, okay, probably I have not much. And she was like, thank you so much for agreeing this. Like, I was so much worried to offer you a draw because, like, you had such a great position and almost winning. I was like, what? I thought it was equal. So I agreed, actually, and then I went back in the room. I'm analyzing, like, +2 or something, and I'm like, what? I seem to be the loser in this position, but this girl was so happy. She thought that I was the kindest person to her to agree on a draw, so she could, like, she said, if you would not agree on a draw, that I had to resign.
Yes, and it's frustrating because if you know that she has to leave anyway, then you're not obliged to take the draw, right? And she would have to resign, but then it feels...
I had no idea about that. She told me, or she told me that I was better. And I'm like, oh, really? She was like, not even 2,000 or something. I was like, oh man, this is so embarrassing in many ways. But yeah, anyway, I'm happy that she could make it, and she thinks I'm a good person. At least something I got out of it.
Yeah, you got some karma there. It's nice. You did something good. We had a question: how many prizes are there in total? So I have this information. So the total prize fund is £4,000. First prize is £1,500 with a trophy. Second prize £750. Third prize £500. Fourth prize, £300, and fifth prize, £150. We then have rating prizes, which are by tie break. So highest placing between 2,100 and 2,299 elo. So this is £100. Highest placing 1,900 to 2,099 is £100, and highest placing under 1,899 is £100. This is based on FIDE rating, not national rating. And then there's a women's prize, best woman, for £250. Second best women's prize, £100. And then best under 18, £100, and best over 55, £100. Players on tied points will split the prize. So I guess this means that for the top 5, these are not done by tie break, except for the trophy. So that's actually interesting. I wasn't aware of this. So this means that, if Bobby, Cheng, and Matthew make a draw, then it means they, let's say, for example, they are the only 2 on 7, then they split first prize. So they would not be done
what
on
about
tie-breaks.
what about Vladyslav
Larkin? Yes, so he's also on 6.5 here. So if he wins, then he will be in first, either tied first with somebody from the Wadsworth Cheng game, or I think only they can get to 7.5 points. So it's just these top 3 who are in contention to share the top prize. Except for the trophy. So this is on tie breaks. So if you want to take home the trophy.
Yeah, I like trophies. Really.
Yeah, it's nice to
Have
be
my
able to
trophies
collect with.
here. I have all the trophies in Georgia, and my my parents are very proud of this. When we have guests coming, my dad is like, I'm gonna take the guest to get his trophies from."
This is really cute.
He's so proud of it. Like, oh my goodness! That's the
really
moment when
cute.
I wish I played more to give them more joy with these trophies. Oh, we have
No,
one more.
they're sorry. What were you saying?
After knight to d7, there we have.
Yeah, so we have f4 on the board and queen to b8.
Oh,
So this is tough, right? Queen to b8. It feels like a very passive move. And actually, if the engine's top moves for you are just king h8, queen c8, or queen b8, then it means you're not having a great position, right? Because you have no active moves to play, and I guess we're wanting to maybe. Well, earlier I thought we were wanting to set up like c6 d5, but it's not seeming possible and it's seeming very slow now. It feels quite scary because now you can play like some kind of rook lift maybe, or you can continue to expand on the king side.
Yeah, I don't really understand the aim of this move here, like why you play queen to b8.
It's a good question. I guess you want to get out of the rook on d1, but really it's there are a lot of pieces in the way.
Yeah, you had two options to play queen to c8 or queen to b8. I don't like king to h8. Like I never like this kind of moves. You're weakening an f7 pawn, and in any endgame you are so far from the center.
Yes.
And unless there is a check, I know whenever I'm playing rook to like king to h1 or king to h8, I know already it's a bad move. I was thinking instead of this idea to play rook to a5 to have this rook on the 5th rank, and to play queen to a8 to hit the pawn on e4 and stop e5 happening in that way. But black actually just went for queen to b8. It's a bit mysterious move to me. And this is the moment when you're just basically waiting for your opponent to change something in the position, yeah?
Yes, I agree. Shall we take a look at Alexandra?
Yes, let's do that.
So we have b5 and then bishop to d2. So no bishop to b2, which is interesting, right? I guess she's afraid of queen to a5. And so she has played bishop to d2, anticipating anything like this with a discovery. And a6, queen to e2, knight to f5, queen to f2, h4, and rook to c1. Right, so this king is staying in the middle, I think. It's not going to castle anywhere. And now this is a threat for h3 because you're not defending this square enough times to take. So you'd have to play bishop to f1, and this would feel very, very uncomfortable, right? Your pieces are very cramped.
It is, yeah. At this point, I think white is just avoiding all the black's threats and just playing move by move, and black's play is just much easier here. You can just develop your bishops, bishop e7, bishop e7. You can play g6, king f8, king g7 to make this artificial castle, and like basically just giving a chance white to make a move. That means that white will make a mistake. So because you're basically running out from the moves, right? You can't move that freely.
Yes.
And yeah,
So
bishop e7 here, for instance. Just waiting white to make some move. Maybe I will just play d4 next move to open up the rook with black. So
sorry.
yeah.
Yes,
Why
yeah.
not?
This. So maybe rook g1, and I guess yes, knight to e4 is possible now.
Mhm.
And still, I think I prefer to be black here. You can be very active.
Mhm. Yeah.
And we have some moves. We have knight c to d4. So this is a bit of an inaccuracy. Well, I think in general, even if we're not talking about trades or anything, we're moving this knight again, right? When we have not finished development. So this is just already not super principled, because even though white is very cramped, white has actually got all of their pieces developed somehow.
Yeah, the reason
And
the 94 is not so good move is that black still could play several more moves like bishop b7 or bishop b7 and just like wait for your opponent to make mistake.
Yeah.
As white can't really hold so long. And here we might have some kind of trades. Let's say knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, knight to e2, hitting the pawn on d4. I don't know how you're going to play here. If you play queen to b6 to guard the pawn on d4, I might have something like c3 there. Or I have
to
g4
deflect
also.
the yes.
I have g4, and after knight e3, I have this tricky move to move the bishop away, bishop f3, let's say, and the threat is knight d4, knight d4, d4, and bishop e3, and somehow white is like turning the tables.
Right. So let's say h3 or something. So we take, and of course this is not good, right?
Yeah.
Is the queen is almost trapped. She's gonna have to run away. No.
Yeah. So do you think that after taking on d4, black is planning to take it back with the knight?
It's possible. And what, just say my knight is the best piece on the board? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you would be very happy as black with this knight, wouldn't you? I guess you immediately try to challenge it.
Yeah. And we can always get this knight back on f5 to keep it. Like, we cannot really trade the knights, both knights, because like if we trade everything, then we will not have any advantage, because here we have this advantage because our pieces are way much better. Knight e2 has been
yes,
right away.
Been played. So I guess trying to
wait,
trade
if black
everything
takes
here.
2, is she going to take with the king? Because like knight e2 here in this position, you cannot take it with a queen, because like you will lose the pawn on g3.
Yes, this is true, because if you take back, then knight takes, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe you can you get away with no, I guess. I was looking at trading the rooks first, but you're still unhappy. You're just losing a pawn.
Yeah.
So yes, I guess so, because the king is not castling anyway. So I think that king takes must be the answer. And I think Alexandra just must be, happy that this bishop is stopping any queen from coming in. And right now, no infiltration is happening from black.
We just got a comment in the chat that on the first board we have a piece sacrifice. Maybe
yes, let's go and have a look. This sounds exciting. Okay, so we were here and now we have this line that we talked about. Okay, so Bobby Cheng has spent a very long time. He spent 34 minutes and he's
30
played
more minutes.
this idea that the engine was looking at. And I
Oh my
think
goodness.
actually, I mean, if you see this idea, it starts to become very tempting because it's very complicated. And I guess in this final round, you're both fighting for first place. You want to try to get a win, right? You're not really wanting to draw to share the prize.
Oh my goodness, it will not be a draw after this sacrifice for
No.
sure. It's gonna be decisive results, but like 34 minutes to think. Oh God. Oh my goodness. That's so crazy. I like this move. This is exactly how should the last round look. Like
Yes.
no easy draws, just fight, and that's pretty amazing. So 94 actually, as we mentioned earlier, forces black to make few moves instantly. Like you cannot think clear too much. Like you have to take back, right? If you don't take
Yes,
this
you have to.
pawn back, if you just move the queen away, in that case, you will just lose probably immediately. So you have to take that. Knight a4 comes on the way.
Yes, of course. This must be what Bobby Cheng has calculated. And I think if I were Matthew here, I would try to play this quickly. And yes, he's played it now. And now knight a4 is immediately on the board. And Bobby Cheng very aware of how much time that he has spent in this position. So knight a4, this is the position on the board. And now it's up to Matthew to do some calculation and to figure out what he should do here. And I think we agreed that bishop takes e3 was the best.
Yeah, bishop e3. So black has here a few candidate moves: bishop e3, queen to b5, and I think some like queen to c7 is not something that he will think too long, because it is too passive, and you cannot let your opponent just outplay you. Shall we take a look closer? What happens if black sacrifices a queen?
Yes. So this is with bishop takes bishop, and then knight takes b6, bishop takes b6, and now you can take on e6. So this is the position that you get at the end of all of the most forcing moves. And I'm not sure if Bobby has calculated beyond this point, but he has decided at least that this is what he wants to go for, to try to play for a win in round 9. So I really applaud him for going for this, because it gives us exciting chess to watch. And it also shows that he is really fighting for the prize and he is fighting to win, right?
Look at him shaking his body.
I know. Yes. Yes, and he hasn't lost a game so far this tournament, so he should be feeling confident. He's had a really good performance. He's gaining 4 rating points, which as a grandmaster, is K10, so it's a really good performance for him. And despite his draw with Jovanka, which will have brought him down slightly, but he's doing really, really well. And yeah, now you just have to decide what to do. Do you still go for this queen d6 idea to threaten taking on e6? I guess this can be easily defended.
Yeah, perhaps not. I was thinking something like bishop h3 to go after e6 pawn.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know practically how easy this is to play with black, because, okay, I understand, like, we know that 3 pieces usually is very good compensation against the queen, but black also has this issue with the king, and the rooks are not connected. There are some weaknesses, and white has these opportunities to pick up several pawns, like e6, c4, for instance.
Yes, the pawn structure is very bad, right? And I think that Bobby is hoping to play against this. I think after bishop to h3, the engine is liking long castles. You cannot take, because after knight c5 hitting the queen, I think you win the bishop, right? Or yes, yeah, because the queen cannot come to g4. So this would be nice for black to get their king out of the middle.
Oh yeah, long castle. I forgot about that.
And queen b5 is played. Okay.
Oy.
So Matthew does not want to go down into this deep dark line of calculation, and he's saying he wants to keep things relatively simple and stay up on the clock, essentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if you play this position, would you? What would be your evaluation? Like when you sacrifice the queen there, yeah.
Oh, it's. I think I would be happy as white
to have a queen for 3 pieces.
I think, okay, it depends if in this situation I'm Lula or if I am Matthew Wadsworth, because Lula is going to have a harder time, I think, coordinating the 3 minor pieces against the queen. But I think that if you're 10 points from being Grandmaster, this is not a concern.
Yeah, but it's a last round, so if you lose, you lose it all.
This is true. This is true, and I think maybe this is why he didn't go for it, because if you keep the position as balanced as possible in terms of the material, you're less likely to lose in a devastating way, right? So we have d takes e6, f takes e6, and knight takes bishop. So now we'll just see knight takes, and white will have the bishop pair, and
you know what I'm thinking in this position? How about this tricky move of a4 before queen d6? So, oh, it's a bad move actually. Queen b4 and queen d6.
And now queen d6. Because you're able to.
You're forced to trade the queens after knight b3. Knight b3 attacks the rook right away. Right. And this is not a hard move to find, actually. Knight is hanging, and you will find the best move for the knight.
So queen d6 is on the board instantly. Yeah. So this Bobby has calculated everything here. And I think he must be feeling pretty happy. I think he's probably happy that they didn't allow... that Matthew didn't allow the 3 pieces for the queen.
You know what? If you don't move this knight from c5, if you play a bit defensive here and play knight f to d7 to guard the knight, this will have really harsh response with bishop to g5.
Yes.
You want to check? Just like that. I saw the game yesterday with this kind of idea, and I was like, damn, this is so simple. And I was like, why didn't it just came right away? It's so simple idea just to checkmate your opponent. If you play knight f6, obviously e5 is the move. And only save here is probably to run away with the king f7. And yeah.
This looks very silly though, doesn't it?
Yeah, bishop h3.
Looks funny.
Yeah, or rook to d1, something like that. The rooks are not connected, so we don't have to worry for some time.
Yeah, this is not a concern.
Yeah.
White would be very happy with this, I think. And so now the best move is going to be knight to d3, apparently. And you allow queen takes e6. And
interesting. I would play here something like I would consider to calculate bishop h6 move here. Point being that I want to take on f6 right away.
Yes. So, yeah, this would be very nice. And yes, everything black wants is to try to get rid of this queen, because black is up material. So.
And after taking on c4,
I guess you can allow this. But look at those pawns, right? Look at black's pawns. They are horrible. They're awful.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, of course, bishop h6 is not mandatory to play. When your
No.
opponent is 1 hour on the clock, it's enough time
Mm.
to figure it out, their response. Very interesting position. Maybe something like f4, e5 can be played. It's enough compensation for sure. It's totally enough.
Mm-hmm. This is really fun. I'm really excited to see how this goes. I feel like yesterday you weren't here, but yesterday afternoon we were commentating. There are just a lot of draws, very solid positions. Both players being tired from the morning, so no one is making really big risks, and so the exciting games were saved for today. So it's a good day for you to be.
Yeah. It always goes this way. Like there's some like they're starting very actively, then it goes with a lot of draws, and then the last rounds are always interesting. Unfortunately, we also have some tournaments when the last rounds on the top boards, they're like grandmasters facing each other and they're making very fast draws. And I don't like that because like very often it affects me too. Like if I play on the board 3 or 4 and few boards already make draw and my opponent fights until the end, that actually, and if I lose, just I'm out of 10, top 10, which is so frustrating, right? To be like, to play such a good tournament, to play the last round on the third board and then to be out of top 10. And those draws that they're making on the first board, they are keeping their positions very strong. So you have to at least make a draw as well by yourself to share some places with them. So I didn't like these situations. It's a bit naughty to you when the grandmasters are doing it. But here we don't have that. We don't have it.
We had it on board 3, but that's okay. It's only one board. But let's take a look at Jovanka because apparently she has gained an advantage. So let's go back to where she was right here after this en passant. C4 was played and a queen to a5. Now takes, rook to b1. We're threatening to put something maybe here. And okay, bishop to a6. Knight to e5, takes. And now knight to e4. And look at these 4 pawns all on the e-file. In my Twitch chat, we call this a pawn conga line. Like they're all dancing together in a straight line. And now bishop to a6. Okay, so a lot of trades, but definitely an imbalance in the pawn structure. And now we have grabbed on e7. Okay, so this is very active play. We are up a pawn.
Got the pawn. Okay.
Right. Right, this is nice.
So if you take on f6, I will take on e4, and any trade is good for white. That's why rook e8 has been played. So one rook will back up the pawn on e4.
Yes,
but this allows white to activate the rook on the 7th rank, and we know that rook on the 7th rank is very dangerous. So I think rook e7 is next move.
Yeah, this is really nice. Of course, you always want to get your rooks as active as possible, especially when we're going into heavy pieces endgame like this. Rook on the 7th, like you said, Ketty, is exactly where it wants to be. Queen to a8, and now we can double on the b file if we want to.
Yeah.
And even if we're letting this go, maybe we can try to win a4. Or
yeah. I was just thinking, is it a possibility that we can keep the pawn on f6 somehow?
That's a good question. So how to keep this pawn? Rook b7 can still be played, right? Because we get the tempo on the queen.
Queen e8, I like this move very much, because if you play queen to a6, then we do have queen d7, and this queen will just distract the rook on the annoying rook on e8. So queen e8 is really, really nice move. It's also just peels rook, guards the back rank. I was thinking if we can just do something like h4, h5 on time.
To play h4, h5?
can take on f6, so go h5.
This is nice. Rook f5 is possible.
And then rook takes on h5.
Right, but then you can take here, so no,
okay.
not yet. But rook d8 is annoying.
Yeah,
I think this is why this queen a8 move is so nice. You said everything is guarded, right? There's no way in on the back rank.
Exactly. So maybe rook b7 is not that good move.
Not as good as it looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here you could try your h4, h5 plan first, I suppose. So h5. And then
if you play rook f5 now, then queen c6 is the move that you can consider here.
Yes, with a tempo on the rook. And then
somehow this is going to like drawish end game where white has still upper hand and white has quite a safe position. So I think Jovanka should just be safe here. But I don't know if she's happy to make a draw because it's the last round. She's trying to get the prize here, and also her opponent is much lower rated, and probably she just wants to win the game to just not getting much.
These are all very good points. I think we're just going to go for a short break, and then we will be back taking another look at the top boards, the top two boards who are playing all in to win. So we will see you guys in just about 5-10 minutes. Hi guys, we are back from a short break, and maybe we can go back to board one because we have a couple of moves after the exciting piece sacrifice from Bobby Cheng. So knight to d3 found, which is critical for black, and queen takes e6 check, king to f8, and queen takes d6 check. So actually they're both playing these very important moves. So when the chess.com analysis gives this blue exclamation mark, what it means, for those of you who might not be familiar, it means that there was only one good move in the position and the player found it. So it means that every other move would have given the other side an edge, and they are not allowing that with their very accurate play.
Yeah, and they are actually finding these moves quite fast somehow. Yes. We can see that white has less than 20 minutes on the clock, which is quite a scary moment. But I think he feels quite confident in his position, and this is exactly what he wanted to achieve, to have some mass on the board. Recently, I was analyzing some of the games of Tal, and this is his style, like just sacrifices a piece for basically nothing according to the computer, and then he just keeps going and playing a normal chess, and this is exactly what we have right now. It's not very obvious how white is going to win this game, but still it is quite exciting for white.
And we have a move played, king e8, so this is actually inviting repetition. So king f8, queen d6, king e8, queen e6. This is a possible repetition that we could see actually.
And it goes against everything we talked earlier. They're
It
fighting, and so this is like great, amazing. Yeah.
But actually, it's really interesting because it's quite different to what we looked at before. Stockfish is evaluating this move as +2 for white, this king to g8 move. And so I'm guessing that Matthew sees this. He sees that, it's really not going to be good for this h rook. And he doesn't want to allow this bishop h3 idea. Like, this is a checkmate threat, isn't it? So he's not into this. And now he is inviting repetition. Will Bobby Cheng go for it? Or will he play something like, I don't know, rook d1? Try to continue the fight.
Obviously, we want to have fight, and we want to continue to see the continuation of this battle. Now it's up to the. This is the moment when you want to know what is happening on the next board. So what Vladyslav Larkin is doing. If
That's
he's
true.
worse in his position, Black can actually make decision here to make a draw. Because let's see the tie breaks actually at this point. Like, usually players are already knowing the situation. So I don't know if it's accurate or not, but Matthew has actually better tie breaks than Bobby.
Okay. So this will only be important for the trophy, I guess, if they draw here. But Vladyslav is a bit worse on board 2, actually. He's a bit uncomfortable, and he's down a lot of time on the clock. So this is something we expected would happen. He gets into these positions with a low time, and so far he's been managing to hold them. But it's the last round, so you never know. White could really put some pressure here. And I think it's clear just from looking that White obviously has the space here. We did see this f4 idea. Black's strongest pieces, the queen and the rooks, are not doing a whole lot. We would really like this a pawn to not be such a liability, so that we could have our rook on a central file. And we don't want to babysit forever, but our pieces are not as well coordinated, I guess. I just love these rooks. They're so nice.
Yeah, White has just so pleasant position here. All the pieces are involved and look pretty nice. I like the idea to play knight d5 and queen to c3. I just want to bring this queen on c3 to direct the threat to g7 pawn. This little checkmate threats out there. And from Black side, it is so difficult to find any kind of counterplay, right? It's not so obvious what will be the Black's next plan.
Yes, because White's king position is so hard to get to with any of your pieces. Even though we've pushed these pawns, and even though this diagonal is completely open, there are, like you said earlier, there are no dark squared bishop. The queen can't get in at all, and White has this really nice route to the king through the dark squares via c3.
Yeah.
But you know what? I haven't seen Bobby Cheng and Matthew get up from their board at all. Whereas Sebastian Bogner, he gets up and he walks around a lot. So he's probably quite aware of what's going on board 1. I'm not sure that the two here do. And it does look like we're going to get a repetition because we see queen e6 check on the board. And really the only option is king f8. This is an incredibly forcing line for White to just play this check.
And White is not even thinking. I'm just looking at the chess results right now. Bobby Cheng is first in the list.
Yes, and this is what we have on the board.
4. Yeah, by the tie breaks 4, but by the tie breaks 3, he has less than Matthew. So maybe by making a draw, knowing that the Vladyslav has not really good chances to win, gives him some chances to win the tournament by the draw.
Yes, and with this draw, if Vladislav loses, it means that Bobby and Matthew will share first place for the prize money. And if Vladislav also draws, then they would split it 3 ways. And then Vladislav, I guess, is going to be the only hope there for a sole winner for board 1, because we do have King F8, Queen D6 check back on the board now. So this is two-fold repetition, right? We have already had this once, so this is the second time. So after
I'm a bit confused right now, because on chess results, Vladyslav Larkin has 6 points, and on chess.com he has 6.5.
Yes, okay, I'm confused because he has 6.5 on chess.com. This is just what I've been using because this is what we've been commentating with. Maybe one of these results on chess.com is not correct.
Yeah, I will check it actually. I'll just check.
Okay. White says no draw. White says no draw.
Certain to making the moves. He was the one who was playing so fast these checks.
Right. Bobby Cheng says no draw and plays Queen C7. So if he had played another Queen E6 check, this is going to be 3-fold repetition. Okay, so I'm sorry for any incorrect information. Sorry, we just had we have this information on chess.com that Vladislav was also on 6.5, but apparently not. So board 1 is the fight for first place. So actually, Bobby Cheng could have just made a draw here, knowing that he would share first place, but he plays Queen C7, saying, "I want first prize. I don't want to share."
Clear for myself, not sharing at all.
Right. And now Black has to find this one idea to have a better position. Rook F8, and I guess this attempt to castle by hand. Maybe you can try to like bring the king behind and get your king to safety.
I found some weird situation. Like maybe you can also take a look. If you click the Vladislav, the profile of Vladislav Larkin, you'll see two first rounds.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what happened in the first this Alex Freeland draw, but on chess result, this is not the game that is included. So the game starts with the scene how.
Okay. Yes. No, you're right. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where this game has come from either. Yeah, it's definitely a game that happened somewhere, but not in the classical, I guess. Okay, really weird. Okay, so Vladislav is not in contention for first prize, but he is fighting it out for second place. Okay, well, this changes a lot. Apologies that we were having the wrong information.
So it makes actually Bobby Chen and Matthew Wadsworth the only players who are fighting for the first place.
Yes, absolutely.
Because by the draw on the third place, Plat Vojtech is already with 6.5 points, and he's at the second position right now.
Yes, game's already over.
Thomas Beerdsen is on the 4th position. So by the draw, they guaranteed already third, 4th places. And yeah, maybe Bobby just wants to have the clear first, and he believes that this is a very nice sacrifice that he made, and he wants to play it. we cannot really judge him making this decision. It's quite human decision.
No, I love this. I am really excited to see him not make this repetition. I think this is what we both wanted, right?
Exactly. This is what we wanted. And also, like, have you noticed that he made this 2 times repetition and then he like deviated for third time? He could do it earlier, right? But he did it a very evil way, as you say. And when I was a kid, I was told to do that as a technique to somehow, make your opponent a little bit uncomfortable, because like when you're repeating moves, your opponent already is happy to make a draw. And it is the worst thing when you are just not doing that. You are adding some time on the clock, and Bobby Cheng is the one who needs one more move here to have extra time. And you also just check your opponent if he's ready to make a draw or not. So with this little...
Yeah, exactly. It's a psychological tactic.
Yeah, but it's not rude or anything. This is just a part of the game.
No, it's something that happens a lot, and especially if you're trying to make time control, this can happen. But we know this is just to grab those extra 30 seconds per move, so this extra 1 minute by repeating once. Very important to notice that like this cannot be captured on b2. Like black actually has to be very careful here. So even though white only has a queen in the territory, you cannot be playing moves like this. We can just instantly win material. And you can't be relaxed even though you're up a piece for a pawn here. You are definitely the vulnerable one in this position as black. And we see king to f8. So actually this was not the best way to proceed. This rook to f8 idea was the way. But yes, definitely addressing the weakness of the g7 pawn currently hanging. So rook f8 or rook g8 was the preference of the engine. But rook f8 is not very natural because then it does just hang g7.
Yeah, and also you're kind of inviting your opponent to give another check. Like when you play king to f8, maybe.
Oh yes, maybe just saying repeat with me now.
Yeah.
Like repeat.
Yeah, like you have one more chance.
Yes, you have another chance to repeat. And Bobby is probably seriously considering this. We can see this as like an invitation without any words. This is something that has to be considered. Or do you play something like e5 and say that you want to continue the game? You want to keep fighting. This is not a hanging pawn because the bishop is not defended on b7 if the queen leaves. And this would just kick the knight away. So I guess we have to see what Bobby thinks of. I suppose if he's really unsure, then knowing that he can get this repetition means he can spend as much time here as he wants. He can go all the way down to 1 minute if he wants, because he can always just get that draw anytime.
Yeah, if he spends here more than 5 minutes, he is going to make a draw. Otherwise, you are not going into complication with 10 minutes only against 50 and a piece down. Right, so
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I think so.
And his opponent just left the board, so lots of nerves.
Yeah, they both must be so nervous right here. Bobby, I don't think he's left the board once this game. He's been really, really focused.
That's true, actually. Wow, interesting.
We see him checking his score sheet. I think he's checking for these repetitions.
He's doing. I saw for the first time Matthew Wadsworth. He's from England, international master, 25 years old. Must be a very good achievement if he shares the first, second place at this event. As we say, this is not easy to play the Open tournament and to actually share the first place. So he must be very happy with that.
Yes, you have to beat out a lot of competition for this, right?
Yeah.
Even people you haven't had the opportunity to play against, you're fighting against many, many players. many strong players as well. And there must just be so much anxiety and nerves right now. We could be honestly seconds away from knowing who's going to win the competition.
Exactly. Really good moment.
Whilst Bobby thinks, we could take a look at Alexandra. I will just see. Yeah, we've had some moves we can take a look at. So last move we saw was knight e2, and we have knight takes, king takes. So this position we talked about is on the board, and then h3, bishop f1. So definitely very cramped position, and the king is being controlled here by this knight. I mean, this knight is very strong in general. I'm wondering if we would be able to play g4 at some point to knock it away. And actually, she does play the next move. I wasn't sure that we would see it so soon, but we did. And knight to d4 check, and knight takes. So actually now as white, you must be quite happy to have gotten rid of both of black's very strong knights. And you're not so worried now maybe about any attacks. This file is closed. And you have actually won a pawn. So this is where we are. And actually, Alexandra is not low on the clock. So this is nice to see that she is pretty much even time to her opponent, because
this is the best scenario actually, what she has right now. How it started. This is very good. She should feel very happy right now.
Yes, this is a really good result. I'm happy for her. And you know, there's always the opportunity later for maybe even winning h3. It's possible, maybe. At some point, you have to be a bit careful because your king is here, but we're already up one pawn, so you can keep your position solid and keep the pawn. This is nice.
Yeah, next you want to play bishop e4, so black has to right now consider how to stop that happening. Rook to h4 is a bit inaccuracy, as we can see here. Going after the pawn on g4.
Right. Simply rook g1 will defend. Yes, and you're also never able to castle now as black, because you cannot, well, maybe if all the heavy pieces come off, you can long castle, but probably not going to castle as either side now.
Yeah,
so hopefully rook g1. Engine has this crazy line to give up the pawn with c3, but I really just don't see why it would be necessary. I guess you take here, but it's, I don't
perhaps
see
you want
why.
to place somewhere b4 to drop the bishop on a3.
Yes.
But it's kind of long term. It's not really necessary to give g4 pawn. Yeah, maybe not right away.
But
because like h3 pawn is a weakness in a long term, and my g4 pawn is not a weakness. So rook to g1 makes a lot of sense to play safe here.
Yeah, I think this is what I would play. I think just to hold everything together, argue that your extra pawn is nice and that this pawn will fall eventually.
I want to play rook to g3 next in this position and just
and just win a pawn.
Yeah. And then get the king on f2, g2, and slowly just hold the position together on the king side. Yeah, I think this is just a very good scenario for white.
Yeah, and then you can take or whatever. And even you can even take, I think, with this, because this is obviously completely losing. So you can play rook takes. It's quite nice.
Yeah, Bobby Cheng is still thinking. He has not made any move.
So it's very likely we'll see repetition then. It would be very brave for him to play something else with such low time on the clock.
I agree with that. If he wants to play, he has to already make the move now. And also, what else to play? Like e5 is the move you can consider to play there, but black has some defensive moves. It's not that easy actually to
Yes, and if black manages to consolidate, then you are just down material. This has to be remembered, especially with almost 1 hour on the clock for Matthew Wadsworth. And board 2, we have an even more stressful time situation for Vladyslav, because positionally he is not super comfortable. So he missed a couple of moves here. Knight f e6, knight f5, and f6. So f6 is not a move we were here for. And it's never a move you want to play. It feels like you're weakening your king. And knight to d5, king to h8. This move that you said you hated earlier. Queen to c3. So this is exactly what you're talking about. f6 feeling prophylactic now for blocking g7.
Also, it looks like the I don't know if it's a hook or not. Like I might consider to sacrifice my knight on f6. So it can be my target. If I don't want to be super fancy with the sacrifice, very least what I can do is h4, h5, h6 to weaken the pawn on g7.
Yes.
And if you play h6 to stop that happening, then whole kingside pawn structure is just like it looks like checkers. So we don't play chess like that. So
rook to f8, because very aware that this is now the focal point of the position, and h4. So exactly, you should go into fortune telling, Ketty, because you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny because like when I do commentary of the games, most of the times I'm guessing the moves when I'm commentating the woman playing, because like it's so logical to me their next decisions. And if I'm commentating with a grandmaster, a male grandmaster, they're like, how can you guess this? They're like in after 2 rounds or something, they're like, are you serious? Like, why don't you play yourself? And they're honestly just like wanting me to play chess, like you can't guess the moves, like why don't you play? And this is the sweetest part, and it's so funny. For them it's quite frustrating not to guess the moves, what has been played, and for me it's just a funny next moment of me commentating with a man.
And top move here is g4. So actually g4, I was going to suggest around here, like I was wondering if we could just play g4, but this plan with h4 seems also safer for white because of not weakening yourself. But now it's actually a move that the engine quite likes, g4 here. Of course, this pawn is defended for now.
Yeah, the point being that this queen e8 now stands on the e file. So if you take knight to d5, sorry, bishop to d5, with idea to weaken the f4 pawn, you will lose the piece because e takes d file will pin the knight. So that's not working. And earlier g4 would not work because you will lose the pawn on f4. So now g4 looks quite strong here.
Yeah, this is really nice. This is really great. Oh, I would be stressed here as black when you see all of these pawns running at your king like this and you're playing with 10 minutes on the clock. It really feels like a life or death situation.
Yeah, with the g4, actually, I think he still supports the h5 pawn, and he wants to push h4, h5, h6 to weaken that pawn, rather than to play g5 here. But again, this is also just looking fine to me to play g5.
Right, so this kind of situation. Yes. Oof, very scary position to play as black. I'm very curious just about Bobby Cheng. We still don't have a move. And just to go back to his camera so everybody can see, he is still thinking. Matthew Wadsworth back at the board now. I think we must see repetition here. Bobby he's looking for some forced win, right? He's looking at e5. He's looking for tactics. He's looking to see what can happen after this kind of position. But
do you see his time? I think it's 5 minutes. Sometimes we
Yeah.
have just a bit of delay on the clock. On the clock, we have 4 minutes, digital clock. And I think it's 5 minutes or even less. And he's looking at the clock. There's no
delay on the
look his
board.
body.
Yes, he's prepared to play something. I think he's gonna make a draw. He looks a bit frustrated.
I guess so too. He's looking the clock quite often. And there's no increment after 40 moves. Like if there was an increment after 40 moves, he might risk it.
He might. He still has almost 20 moves to play there, though.
Yeah, even if. But I think to make a draw is quite a practical decision here.
Yeah.
He's saying something. He's saying something to himself. Yeah, he's a player who shows a lot of emotions. We have seen him in the first round just standing there in front of camera and being so disappointed by his decision against Yovi. Second round, actually, had a good chance to win. And he was just standing there for like a few minutes and just being disappointed. 2 minutes I can see now clearly on the clock, on the real clock.
Yeah. He is starting to make me a bit anxious.
No, don't worry. He'll make it. Like Queen D6, basically. Like he can claim the draw himself by now. Just put the move down and call the arbiter. But like before that, I think his opponent will just handshake right away. That one he's also ready. But this is already the point when if you play here with black and you see your opponent has 2 minutes on the clock, you don't mind to carry on.
Yes, this is true. Exactly. I would be. I mean, this is already threefold, right? So you can't even run away now.
He goes with Queen to D6. We have this on the board, right? It's not our.
No. This was me.
No.
This was me.
Oh.
No, I'm still waiting for him to make a move with 1.5 minutes to go. Oh my gosh, he's a very fun player to watch. So, like you said, he shows a lot of emotion, and it's always nice to see the players' faces when they're going through these kinds of difficult decisions. And
to have the opportunity to cover the events like these open tournaments, where we don't have 2,700 people or 26 even, but we have, for instance, players like Bobby Cheng, who is like a package. He's a good player. He shows a lot of emotions, and he's a character. And it's quite nice to observe him closer to. Oh wait, what? He played? What did he play?
I'm so worried that he played E5. He played B3.
3? What? What? Look at his opponent's face. It's like, what? Oh, what? We don't approve this, Bobby. We don't approve this.
He has some confidence to play this as now like a blitz game with 1 minute 35. And like, even if you start to play this really quickly, you're not going to stack time in a position like this. He's never going to get to like a comfortable 10 plus minutes ever again, you know?
Yeah, but I think what he wants to do here in this position is like to distract the knight on d3. So if you take the pawn on b3, I want to play rook to d1 with idea bishop to f1 and to pin this knight.
Right.
I don't know if you should first take the pawn on b3 or just to go, okay, if you make this move and computer did not hate it, maybe this is what he wants to do.
Yes, maybe he's thinking that just taking the pawn is not very good. And here there are a couple of moves that the computer quite likes. So rook to c8 being the first one, just getting a tempo on the queen. Of course, this queen is the menace, right? That's been in the black position, threatening to give checks and to make a draw. So this is the top move, but also just to move out of any tempo here, and also to prevent these checks from happening again. But for those of you who maybe are not so familiar with the FIDE rules, because we've had this pawn transformation now, it is impossible to claim this repetition, because even after these checks, it's a different position, right? The pawns can never go backwards. So if Bobby wants to make a draw now, he either has to find some other threefold repetition, or, you know, I'm just worried he will regret this. But if he goes on to win this game, this will be like my game of the tournament, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, wow, this is actually quite incredible. Not many players, not many grandmasters are doing and making this decision on the first board last round, not making draw, not playing safe. So this is something we have to shout out him for doing it. And also, like, I don't really hate b3 after all. Like, I understood, like, when I understood more deeply that he wants to just annoy this knight on d3. And also, like, if you just ignore that and if you just pass the move here, like for instance queen b4 kind of move, then you have b takes c4 and you're threatening rook to b1 in this position
to win the bishop.
Yeah, and what he has to do right now and what he's doing, we can see him so focused on what he's using his opponent's time to think. And he's getting an extra 30 seconds for each move. So he believes in himself that he can do it fast. And he believes that his position is much easier to play than his opponent's. And then, you know, in the end of the day, the black king is so exposed that if you want to make a draw, you can always go for checks.
And it's really, what is really fun now is that Matthew is now, he's started to think. So I think he believed he was getting the draw here. I think he believed he was shaking hands and going home a bit early. So it's possible that he didn't calculate b3 at all. It's certainly not a move that was on our radar, but definitely makes a lot of sense for opening up these files and giving white some very natural counterplay against the knight. So it does make sense on a human level. And we have some moves now. So
knight e8 and queen to d3 right away.
Knight to e8 and queen to
7.
Queen to d7.
Yeah, I said queen d3.
No, it's okay. The queen can't go to d3 anyway.
I don't know. I was so much concentrated on this knight. And you see, with one move, inaccurate
already
move,
white
now
is better.
white is much better. So this was the risk that Bobby Cheng did, and now he will. I think Matthew played too fast his move. He has to digest that what happened. That will not be a draw. And he has to understand what is the b3. And he barely spends how many minutes? Like 2-3 minutes?
4. He spends 4 minutes. And when you have this time advantage of almost 1 hour, you really don't have to play like it's bullet chess. You don't have to play so fast because you have a lot of time. And especially when you are playing the slightly more passive position here where you're defending, you should be careful. Because white didn't sacrifice a piece for no reason. He's got some counterplay.
Right. We do have this extra friend here, extra commentator engine who can suggest the best move. Instead of knight to e8, let's check what was the best move and how logical this move was.
So best move here was rook to c8 to chase the queen. And it's curious that after queen to d6, apparently the engine is no longer really on white's side. Because you think that, like, what is the big difference here?
The big difference is white cannot give tracks. All these squares are controlled, d7 and c7 square. You bring the rook into the game. You kept the knight on f6, which is controlling yellow dog squares. And now after rook to h3, which is quite logical move here to find, the last move you need to find at this point is rook h to d8, is it?
To e, apparently.
E. It's not an easy move to find, actually.
It's not. Yeah, this is not easy. Because now you can give this check. And you have to play king f8.
And pawn takes pawn on c4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, not this move. Sorry, this would hang the queen. Queen to
Queen
e5 is
blunders.
possible, or queen to
Actually,
e5 or queen to h5.
I have never blundered queen so badly as in that video that I showed. But like, I don't know, like I was thinking why this happened to me, and I understood that over the board blitz games that I played lately, I blundered a lot of pieces, and this like I have lost, of course, a lot of blitz games, but not that badly blunders. Like you can lose your game, but not with a blunder, right? And then I realized that it is just the effect that I played so many online games during the COVID time, not over the board games, and somehow my brain is so much limited when I play online games. I don't know why. I just go for checks only to make very fast decisions, and I'm blundering a lot of pieces too. And then I took that to over the board as well, and this is a bit like weird feeling how my mind's changed with online chess. What happened?
We have some moves. We have a bishop to c8, queen to d8.
Oh my goodness, I don't like what I see here with these all passive moves on the back rank.
Right. Oof. No, I totally agree. When I'm playing online, I feel like I'm much less patient than when I'm playing over the board. And I'm literally just playing checks, I'm playing silly moves, and it's nowhere.
I don't see
near
the whole
same.
board, like, to be honest.
No.
I just look at the 1/4 of the board, which is so weird. Like, and when I play over the board, I have a full control. I have this feeling that I control everything on the board. Yeah, and then I also blunder the queen like that. So I don't know what I'm talking. I cannot blame online chess for my blunders.
I did once blunder my queen in a classical game. It was one of my first tournaments. It was over the board, and my opponent had played very aggressive opening. He had made a sacrifice that wasn't that good, and I just recaptured with the wrong piece. Instead of recapturing with the knight, I recaptured with the king, and I let knight fork my king and queen. I don't know why I did it. It was just this like lapse of judgment for where I played with the wrong piece, you know?
Happens.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop back to b7 and queen to d7. And I think black is hoping for another repetition here.
Oh boy. Oh no. I had one opponent.
He plays bishop c8. He is hoping to repeat.
I had an opponent who offered me draw for 4 times in one game.
That's a lot.
Like, no. It's like, no.
That's crazy.
And in the end, the game ended in a draw. And the guys are like, I knew it. I wanted to save our time.
I guess unless it's, king and rook versus king and rook, they really should stop offering you the draw. And at some point, you can complain to the arbiter, right? You can say, my opponent is trying to distract me. He has offered too many draws.
Yeah. And also, like, there are like different type of, like, there are people who are approaching differently the draw offer. I don't know how you approach that. Like, when my opponent offers me a draw, without much of the communication, if I make the move, it means that I declined it.
Exactly.
For, like, I know for a lot of people, they say, no, let's play. I don't like that. I just don't like that. And also, I prefer my opponents not to talk to me during the game, rather just to make a move and we move on.
Okay, yes.
But like, both sides have their own, like, explanation. So I don't really make any communication during the game when my opponent offers me a draw. But like, I was like, when he did it on 4th time, I was like, no, like, what the hell, no. It was a shame that I did anyway draw. What options do we have here if I don't want to make a draw here if I'm Bob and Cheng?
You can try b takes c, sorry, and you can try this, but it's not very natural.
Good. No, you can take this pawn, and the point is that after taking back, I have rook to d1. Knight is hanging. You go knight e5, and I play f. rook to 5 is more accurate.
Yes, this is really nice active chess for white. I guess there's this feeling that he doesn't want to trade the queen because he's down on material. But black still basically, like, we can say that until this rook is developed, black is down a rook, right? Black is down this piece because it's not participating in the game.
Exactly.
So
Bobby Cheng, 40 seconds on the clock. He's so nervous and he takes the pawn. Let's go, Bobby.
And he plays queen back to d8, I think.
Oh goodness.
Or oh no, he plays b takes c4. Okay, this is the most accurate move on the board. I am also getting stressed about his clock. This is very exciting.
But you know what? His opponent is really helping him a lot in this position. He should not repeat the moves. He should carry on and put the pressure on the time because he has 1 minute on the clock. And when you're just repeating, you're just helping your opponent to find the best move, and he went. It's clear that Bobby's not going to make a draw. Like, he's ready to lose his game rather than to make a draw. So you have to let it go. You have 40 minutes. You have to settle down and figure it out what is happening in this position. I don't know. I think now things gonna be a little bit more complicated for black.
Yes, and he's thinking now. Matthew is not happy. I guess you have two serious options to consider. Bishop takes queen or queen takes pawn. And basically it just depends on if you want to trade the queen. So if you don't want to trade the queens, then you can play queen takes pawn and then allow this queen d8 to come back, bishop to b7.
And play bishop to b7 again.
Yes, exactly. And now this is not a repetition because we have had an exchange and we have queens in different places. So.
Oh, we do get the rate by Jim Solver, who is himself a grandmaster, quite strong, 26, almost 2700, and also the world champion in solving chess puzzles. And wow, we might actually see him playing this tournament next year, and streaming his games would be really, really fun. So we are inviting you on behalf of the organizers. It would be really good to have a grandmaster, for instance, playing and streaming the event.
Yeah, it would be fun to see some more grandmaster streamers streaming classical because there are quite a few grandmaster chess streamers, but I've never seen any of them stream their classical games at an event.
Yeah.
Maybe we can take a look at Jovanka. It's been some time.
Yeah, let's do it quickly. Maybe the game is about to end actually there.
Yes. So we've had a rook b4, rook takes f6, rook takes e4, and queen to a5. So Jovanka has managed to stay up a pawn, which is very nice for her.
Oh, that's so nasty. Rook sacrifice.
Yes, this is a really nice trick. Obviously, checkmate on the back rank if you take my rook there. Very fun move to play. So rook to c1, of course, we do not want to do this. And now rook to c8 and g4. So we're creating a space for the king. There will be no back rank checkmate today. And now queen takes a2. Yes. Yeah, this is really nice. We're taking some space as well.
And this kind of moves actually just points out how strong is a player in the end game. Instead of playing h3, h4, she goes for g4. With the same ideas, right? You just want to give the leap to the king and to have some space. But with the g4, you are considering to play somewhere some check and g5 and create the weaknesses on the king side even farther. And also black wants to have the pawn chain f7, g6, and h5 when you are the side of defense, and g4 stops that happening too. So it's kind of moves actually shows us if the player is good at end games or not.
And now she could she could play queen to e8 for a slight advantage.
I'm thinking why not to give a check queen e5 here.
I was worried that after here, then this is stressful.
F2 pawn, so I'm not on time to play g5.
You can play f4, but now the king is a bit open, maybe.
Yeah.
This is also the first move that I looked at, was queen e5. And then I was worried about my king.
Yeah. Let's see what's the best here. Queen e8 is the best. Obviously, we want to give the check on h8 or f8 with some mating ideas. And the black's best option here is to play queen to e6, offering the queen trade. But this can lead us to the position with queen f8 check, king f6, queen h8 check, king g5. And
now you have to be worried about possible mating ideas.
Do you know how many games I have lost with white in this kind of situations? I give too many checks. The king ends up on f3 or h3, and then I cannot avoid the checkmate.
And then if the king is here, then maybe you're gonna get checkmated at some point.
I had a game like that. I had like extra 5 pieces, and I couldn't avoid the one little checkmate on the back rank. So one has to be a bit thoughtful about that, and to make move like h3 to stop that happening.
Yeah, h3 is, according to the engine, the only move to try to keep this advantage. And we're going for some check and queen. I guess queen takes h7.
Okay, rook c5 is also a possibility. And
yes, this is true. Yeah. Rook c5. But of course, you want to be white here. You have all of the opportunities in this position. Just don't want to leave the Bobby Cheng game too long.
We cannot leave these two alone for a long time, right?
Okay, so queen takes c4 and queen d8. So we don't want to trade the queens, says black. And now probably just bishop to b7, right? What else do you play?
I don't like this idea to repeat it again. Maybe something like king to f7. Yeah, not so easy though. So easy.
No, it's...
Or knight e5 with idea to play knight f7.
To chase the queen like this instead, yes. Yeah. And then if white is not careful, then it's quite nice, yeah.
Bishop e7 has happened, queen d7 has been played as well.
Yes. I'm not surprised. Yes, no bonus time, just the increment. It's the question we had in the chat. And now imagine he is playing bishop to c8. What do you do here as white? What are you doing? Because there's this idea, queen to b6. Yes, and this is actually on the board. So white has to be careful not to repeat here. Bishop to b7, and you can also come all the way back to h4.
Yeah.
We have queen to h4 on the board, actually. So they always get 30 seconds per move, or only once they're below a certain time. So you always get 30 seconds per move to basically write down your move. So it means that this time you spend notating, hitting the clock, all of this kind of stuff, basically it doesn't take away from your actual time.
And what is not really cool when you are not writing down the move on your time, and when you are doing that on your opponent's time, this is big no for me.
Actually, it's against the rules. You have to be notating on your time.
Yeah, like some people are saying that the rules have been changed now. Like you cannot notate. You cannot notate for for 2 moves. Like when you make the move, you have to write it down, right? So you did not do. Then your opponent makes a move, and then when you make it, then you have to do it. Like at least not to skip that. But still, it's just not a cool thing to do. Like come on, if no one notates the moves, then why? Like, if you don't do that, why I have to do it, right? And then the whole mess should start. I told once to my opponent, actually, it was a woman grandmaster, quite experienced player, and she was not like putting down the moves, and we both have no time. And I'm like, come on, like, are you think you're smarter? And I told her something like, please write down. And she's Georgian, and she told me something, but I could not hear it because I had the earplugs. And I was like, I wish to know what she said.
Because if she's doing this for a while, you can pause the clock and get the arbiter, right? If you want to be.
Well, but you look like a crybaby, right? Like
you do.
Like you don't do that, and especially when you're
look like a crybaby. But if you flag because you are notating and she isn't, then that's, really annoying.
Yeah, but she blundered anyway, so it's always like to find some positive in negative things that people are doing. She blundered actually very badly, so I was like, thank you very much. Because when you're writing down some time, you're giving some time to yourself to think as well and not to blunder. So yeah.
Yes, this is true. And I think some people find it helps them to see the moves written down. It depends kind of how your brain works, what kind of learner you are, and how you visualize. Like, I know there are some people who really enjoy to have the notation there, and that's how they think about chess anyway when they envision chess. And so just for this question about the 30 seconds per move and talking about notation, if you're playing a chess game where you don't have, I think it's 15 seconds increment minimum, then you can stop notating, right? Yeah, so if you get
in rapid,
below
you don't
5
notate
minutes.
at all.
Same in Blitz, there is no notating.
Yeah.
Of course.
So when you have to do, like, basically you don't need to draw some like world-class painting, you just have to write down something. That's the rule. And very often it's also necessary to just check then with the arbiter if it's free-fold repetition or not. So it's rules for everyone.
Yes, that makes it a lot harder, right? Especially imagine you're not playing DGT.
Yeah.
And there is no way to find that threefold repetition.
Yeah.
Exactly. That makes it a lot harder. And I guess because people are not taking rapid so seriously, it's not as big of a deal. People are not concerned about this. Whereas for classical, this is our like.
You just don't have time. You cannot lose on time. And when we play classical chess, 30 seconds is enough to write down something and then also make the move.
Yeah,
so
it is.
That's the point.
Yeah. Shall we take a look at board 2?
Let's do that. Oof. This was the last time we saw it.
So yes, this is the last time we saw, and we have bishop to f3 and queen to f7. And now h5, rook a e8, and h6 blunder. So actually this is, I think, the first blunder we've seen in the top boards, because chess.com has this miss, right? So this X with the miss, which they now ascribe to a lot of moves where you could have made, where you could have gained an advantage. But this is our first blunder we've seen from Grandmaster in the tournament. And when we say blunder like this, it's not like a piece hanging blunder. It's not the same. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's not a blunder that you blunder the piece or something. Probably there was like much better. Like, for instance, here the engine says like, you can take this h6 pawn. Like, what? I would never take a pawn, because like if you take this pawn, I will play king g2 next move, rook to h1, and like you have extra pawn, but those are double pawns, and like seriously.
Yes, this is really horrible, and I would never take this either. I don't think it looks like you will lose. And actually, just a g6 makes a lot of sense. To close the h file, this is much more principled, because now this plan for king g2, rook h1 is not scary, because you have what is called an umbrella pawn as black. So basically, umbrella pawn is when you have an enemy pawn that is accidentally protecting you, because you cannot get through it. So of course it's an advantage to have your pawn all the way up here as white, but you now no longer can make mate threats on the h file.
Yeah, yeah. Well said. You prefer not to have this pawn on h6 if you are with white to get
Yes,
the rook into the
exactly,
business.
exactly.
We do have some
So
traits here. Knight e3
yes,
and bishop to d5.
and now black is really just being pushed back.
Mhm.
Knight to g4, and then king to g2, g5. Okay.
What we can do here in this position, I like that black is making the most like g5 here and just like not let white to play very calm moves. Otherwise, white could just play rook to d4 and something like bishop to d1 to go after a4 pawn and start to break through. But on the other hand, when you make the moves like g5, there can be some really dangerous attacking. Like the engine here suggests very typical breakthrough in the center with e5, which like I love it so much. Point being that after taking on e5, let's say d takes e5, we can recapture it back with the pawn. And basically, we don't even sacrifice anything, right? If you take this pawn back, my knight gets into the business, knight g5, and you're going to have a weakness on g5 later on. I can just address it with a queen to d2.
And this is so scary,
Very
right?
scary.
It's really nice. It's really, really nice for white. And now your rooks really are so beautiful. This would be a great transformation for white here. You can also take on g5. It feels a bit more compliant, and you can go like this, but it will be similar, I guess.
It will be very similar. Black captures it. If you don't take it, then you have to avoid knight f6, very dangerous threat, and you have to avoid e6 coming. So I think it's pretty much
impossible. You have to take it, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this looks very good for Sebastian Bogner, who if he wins this game, he'll be on 7, which means if there is a draw on board 1, then he would tie first place, actually. Right?
Yeah. That's right.
That's very nice. And now back to board 1, because it's so
Knight
exciting.
f6 has happened.
Knight f6 and rook d1. Yes.
I like this
move.
Actually,
yes, this is a move that the engine has had in the air for why white has an advantage, right? White has an advantage because he's going to get these rooks in, and I liked your idea of bishop f1 earlier that you mentioned. It makes things difficult. I guess that's why engine is wanting this prophylactic bishop a6, so that you can step out of the pin after defending your knight. You can step out.
Yeah.
And we have bishop a6 on the board from Matthew Wadsworth. So.
And white is doing pretty good on time already, almost like 3 minutes on the clock. So the game is still on.
Yes, he's managed to stack 2 minutes because he was below 1 minute at one point. So this is really admirable to play chess this way when you have 1 minute and you're just fighting for a win. Like this is the Bobby Fischer, like you always play for a win, you never make a draw on board 1, like you just you're always about playing the best chess game possible.
Yeah. Oh, this is really, really awesome thing to see, especially for us early commentators who wants to have the first board live, not a draw. And also such a wonderful play for both players. They're just keeping us entertained. And it's not actually boring at all. Also, black managed to just put the pieces together right now. There's no threat on d3. The queen side is well developed. The queen on h4 is not doing much right now. And black's next plan to be is king to f7 and rook to e8 to bring the final piece in the board. And like you're gonna even play king to g8 in the end. And black has extra piece actually. It's just not an equal position. right? It's extra material for black.
Yes, exactly. I was wondering if now you can play rook c1 and try to chase the queen away, but you're still not winning back material.
I like this move.
Yeah, like queen a4 holds this pawn, and you're not so much wanting to move this rook anyway, because then you have this pin to d1.
Yeah, I think if black has now this queen a4 move, white will be having really good time with rook to c3 to pin the knight. But queen a4 is the game changer, because like you cannot just move your rook away, because rook on d1 is hanging.
Yeah, exactly. And now maybe we see this e5 idea that was possible way back when Bobby was considering that draw, and he played b3. So e5 was possible then. But now here you have a queen trade, so I guess it's not as exciting.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I think we have rook to c1 on the board.
Ah, yay, fun.
We have it. We have it. That's pretty nice.
So now probably queen to a4. You can also play queen to e6 to hold this. But I guess you're not keeping pressure on a2 this way.
Just wondering what happens after rook to c3. Queen e6
in this position, yes.
Because I want
this is a really good question.
On d3. Very confusing situation.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where Stockfish tells you that everything is fine and you're not sure why.
Yeah, it says king to f7. Let's see it actually.
Yeah, king to f7.
If I take with the bishop, then trades everything and takes on a2. Yeah, but you're not fixed up here anymore, so
no, you have regained the material, and you just have to be careful about the passed pawns. But they're weak because they're isolated.
Yeah.
And funny thing, actually, Engine likes to play rook takes and allow this.
Crazy.
I guess the bishop pair, right? It's
and you want
threatening
rook,
to bishop to c4. So now actually there's no good way to prevent this.
You have to take on d3, similar position.
Yes, exactly.
One extra time.
Yeah, if you try to avoid it, then white regains advantage. So maybe we will see something like this, and I think Matthew actually would be okay with giving this piece back, because we have already seen from a couple of positions he's happy to make a draw.
Yeah, that's true actually, but like in that position, white has the risk-free situation. Like white can try to win that one. White's king is safe, bishop versus knight. Maybe this is the time to find queen a4, and he has to find here the move queen a4. Like in the end of the day, he has extra piece, so why not to try to win? And all the danger that the queen was creating is gone.
Yes, and this move is really key for stopping any nonsense on the d3 knight. Now we have this idea from the engine of bishop to g5, just to threaten winning material. And it's really critical that white in these positions where he is down the piece for the pawn is just creating active threats all the time, right? We have the threat of e5, and we have the threats of just winning material here.
Yeah, I just while we have this, sometime black is thinking here, even though he's going to play a move, and he takes queen e4. Wait, what? There was pawn hanging, and we did not see it.
Yes, he takes queen e4, and this is giving an advantage for white.
Okay.
I guess now you have
rook c6.
Rook c6.
Bishop b5 and
rook c7.
Right, can we chase the bishop with rook b6 here?
Mm. Ah,
Oh yeah, this has to move.
okay, and we have this queen trade on the board. So this is, Bobby is happy to see this. We have knight takes, queen takes. And now probably rook takes c6. We will likely see. And I mean, the really nice thing for white, right, is that the black rook is pinned. So there's no threat of this knight moving.
Wow, if white is going to take the rook pawn on c6 that he did, and after bishop to b5, which is very likely to happen, he goes with rook to c7. This is the masterpiece actually by white. Just to go in the end with a piece down and just chill there. Wow, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, this is incredibly impressive chess.
Yeah.
He has not once been at the point where he wants to chicken out and take the draw.
The thing is, like, after bishop to b5, rook c7, the threat is in this position to take on d3 twice and give the check on the back rank and get the rook on h8.
Exactly.
So it is quite tactical position. And the struggle is that you cannot really avoid that happening. Yeah, let's see this line. Like, white goes to the end game with extra pawn. Maybe it's not enough because of rook a3, but that black is going right after or knight to c3. Yeah, this might be dangerous. But this is the tactical motive that you can always find out the way to work it.
Yes, I guess this just gives the opportunity to black to have that scary passed pawn. We've had a couple of endgames in this tournament like this where it's been equal, but one side has been pushing with this scary passed pawn, and it's actually surprising you how many of them don't end up drawn, right? So Stockfish is giving us a drawn evaluation here, even very slightly better for white. But I think it was a game the other day between International Master. I mean, there were two actually. It was a game between International Master and FIDE Master, and the International Master lost this kind of position, slightly different, but with the same themes. And then there was International Master and Candidate, or International Master and Grandmaster, and it was kind of like a Vancouver position, and it was blunted by both sides. Like the eval was going up and down. So it feels very hard to play these positions. And so I think we have more moves. I've just seen them writing. So we have bishop to b5 on the board. And Bobby is thinking with his 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he's doing a good management of time.
He's been managing the time so well.
Yeah, making really good decision. I think Matthew could spend a bit more time after b3, even though he's doing a good job as well to finding the most precise moves. But after b3, he could get actually advantage, right, if he just spent some more time. But anyway, this is what we have now, and seems like after rook to c7, white is keeping still the advantage because black's pieces are not well coordinated. White has very active two bishops and both rooks are very active. There's a pin on d3. The question is how white is really going to win this and use this pin. Rook to c7 has been played actually. Yeah, pretty nice. If white has another move now, I think white wants to play a4 to attack the bishop, and we know that bishop cannot really leave this diagonal because we'll lose the knight. So a4 seems to be the logical move to me. And you know, after a4, if you move the bishop away, can I get rook c6 back now? Yeah, I think I can do that. And just limit the bishop and take the knight.
Now material, yes, you're just going to lose material now.
Take and take on d3.
Yeah. Yes, you can take or yes, this would be very nice. So it's really all holding together by a thread for black. He has to be very careful with his moves. But he has some time to think, right? So actually, since this move b3, which happened on move 22, about 15 moves ago, Matthew has spent around half an hour. So this half an hour really allowed Bobby to think on his opponent's time, just as you were saying. And you almost didn't feel like he had 1 minute on the clock because Matthew has been very careful. And he has to be careful because he was in the vulnerable position.
Yeah, that's right. He can't really afford to make any wrong decisions because if he makes a bit of slight inaccuracy, his position will just collapse here. So his next move here, a4, is, I think, straightforward. He has to do that and stop a4 happening.
Right, so a4 from black. Possible.
Yeah, but like again, what happens after rook to b1 to counter this bishop?
It's a really good question. Well, I guess now you have this possibility because if takes, and if takes, you are redefended here. But it does look like all the pieces are like just about to be kicked away and something will hang, right? Something will fall. They're not secure.
Something. They just need one little
one nudge. Yeah.
Exactly. The engine's best suggestion instead of after a4 is bishop to b6. After a4 here. Point being that I'm actually threatening to move my rook away and attack your rook.
Yes.
Looks really
shall we take a look maybe at Jovanka, because it looked like okay, they've made a draw here. After queen e5 check, rook f6, f4, they've made a draw.
Yeah, probably draw for happening. So queen e8 was the move. White could push still. Yeah, in the game of Bobby and Matthew, we can see that a4 happened. Shall we take a look at the Alexandra's game? Because
absolutely, yes, because it was quite exciting. I see we have some blunders. Okay, so we have rook g1, just as we discussed. Queen to c7, trying to put some pressure on the c file. And queen to f2. So this is an intermezzo, getting a tempo on the rook before dealing with the threat on c2. Now rook to h8 and c3. So Engine was really big fan of this queen to c3 because then you have no more threats. But we have c3 and b4. b4, not the right way to go about it. Apparently d4 is a bit better. And yeah, I guess now you can just play c4 and you're have very sturdy pawns if black takes. Very, very safe and sturdy pawns. So we do have takes, and now white is even happier. Bishop to b7. White has already stepped out of any threats. Rook to g3, long castles, bishop takes pawn, bishop e5, queen to e3. So bishop to d3 here is now possible, which actually looks quite annoying, right?
Point being that after king f2, there is bishop b2, bishop d4 idea.
Yes. Yeah. Really horrible. Creative idea from the engine, though. Queen to f3. But yeah, anyway, bishop to c2 was played, which is also a possibility. And these bishops are really, really strong, right?
She wants to play rook d3 next move.
Yes. Okay, so she didn't.
Like, Yeah, rook d3 was very strong here, right?
Mm,
Because where the queen goes here.
mm,
If you go queen e4, then I will take on d2. And if you go queen to f2, then I take the rook on bishop on h3. I'm winning a piece.
yes. This is really unpleasant.
So the best you can do is to give the queen for the rook and the bishop here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You never want to be in this position. Never ever. This will be end in a win for black, but bishop to d3 is played instead. King f2 to save the position, and now bishop to c2. So missing this idea of bishop b2 to bishop d4. King to g1 now, and rook. Okay, rook is not played. Okay, so seeing this idea here, queen f2 to step out, you can play bishop to e3, bishop d3, bishop g2, bishop g6, bishop to e4. This is worth saying it's not the simplest position to play, right? And as black, if you're playing this, you have lots of moves that look very good, and it's hard to evaluate which ones are best. So
yeah, I don't know if the time is correct, but I think Alexandra's decisions has been made on seconds.
Yes. Yeah. Now bishop to e3, of course. And this is where we are. So Alexandra has managed to escape with a nice position where she is actually not under any more threats.
Yeah, if you see this position and the position we had earlier, you couldn't find any any connection because it seems like white had castle, white started a very nice kingside attack, and run away with the king on the queen side. Really nice here for white at this point.
Mm-hmm. And now black. What if black just plays, like a bit of a safe move? What is our plan here as white? I guess we would really like our g3 rook to be improved.
Yeah.
Not so simple.
There are a few things you can do in this position. I think you can also just try to offer a queen trade with queen to f3 or queen to g2. It's one way to do that. What else you can do there?
What if everything is coming off the board when we get into this rook endgame? Oh, I guess we are up 2 pawns, so you don't ever want to go for this for black.
Yeah, I don't consider that much.
Okay, so we have rook to d3 on the board. So, I mean, black has been trying to play, I think, the most active moves for the whole game, but something went wrong there with the bishops and the coordination of the bishops on these two diagonals. Still, this is the right way to play in this position when your opponent is playing with under 30 seconds, and you always want to be putting as much pressure and making things as complicated as possible, right?
Yeah, I think so. It just again, like so weird to see that this position from the from the beginning. Like Black had such a good chance to win this game so fast, but now after queen g2, especially, these queens will be off the board. There will be no worries, and white has extra 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
this is nice. This would be a good end to the tournament for Alexandra. She is currently only on 2.5. Unfortunately, after yesterday defaulting, yesterday would have been a nice pairing for her. Well, you never want to play down, but I think she would have won, and so she could have been on 3.5. She could have finished on 50 or.
Yeah.
Black now better on board 1. Let's take a look. So rook c7, a4, f3 to kick the knight, knight f6, bishop c5 check, king to g8, bishop takes, knight, bishop takes, and now bishop to e7 is played. Okay, rook to d5. Oh, bishop takes, knight takes, and rook e1.
Wait, what happened? Look at Bobby Chang's reaction. He's so disappointed.
Yes. I think that he looks so devastated. Maybe he touched the wrong piece or something. You think?
I think he's just very disappointed how he made his this moves f3, and like all these moves were like not trading probably is not the best here. He missed something in the calculation. He missed something for sure.
Yeah.
He just traded all the pieces, and there's like nothing to play for off of like there's no pin anymore. You just traded that piece.
Do you think that maybe he just visualized it wrong? Like he didn't think it would look like like this, like how it's looking now? Or do you think he made these trades in like desperate time trouble, worried that he might flag?
There was some point when he has everything under control.
Yeah.
But like
before f3, right?
Yeah, here at this point.
Yeah.
There are like a few. Look, b1 is such a natural move for me too.
Yeah. Yeah, here you just keep making threats. And if they play bishop to e8, you're comfortable. It's very tough. I'm feeling very bad for him. He looks like he looks like he's going to cry, honestly.
Yeah. Once again, like, can we take a look why bishop e7? What was better than bishop e7?
Right.
Rook.
Yeah. So here he has to play this move, bishop e3, which is not very easy because it's not very clear. I guess you're rerouting to g5.
Yeah.
Do you think? Which is why h6 is best, and if something else is played,
rook to c3.
Oh yes, rook to c3 here. Yeah, rook to c3 just seems to win material. Yeah. And he is now, I mean, he is in such bad time trouble again that he looks like he has mentally resigned. Like this looks...
Yeah. So rook to d1 back, and now I want to play rook to c3 to get this bishop back. If he gets the piece back, then of course this is very good position, and with a draw he's also happy with. But now black has very strong move, rook to d5, and this is the only move black has to find. So after rook c3, you have bishop c4. Very strong move, and you can move the rook away, like let's say rook to e1 or rook to c1. But it's not so clear to me. If I play rook to c1 in this position, the bishop is hanging, and if you take bishop to a2, I have checks on the back rank, and I'm gonna win the rook. Like king g7 and rook to7. Yeah.
Yes, this is definitely winning.
Wow.
Rook d5 is on the board.
d5. Yeah, not so difficult move to find also when you have a time. Wait, he made a move on 3 seconds on the clock.
And rook to e1. Now rook to e5 and you just want to trade.
Wow.
It's really hard to watch.
What a crazy game, actually. We have seen everything here in this game. Shall we play rook to d1?
Yeah, you don't want to trade.
Yeah, the thing is that you are keeping this bishop on b5 now, and you're controlling e8 square. That's the problem.
Yes, so you can always come back if checks are made. Oh, okay. It's an inaccuracy.
Wait, so you're replacing again. Rook d1, and you'll go back on
rook
d5?
d8, and
oh
rook
my
d1. And
now guess who will repeat the moves for sure?
Rook d5, rook e1, but you can play again rook e5, which was not played.
Yeah. Do you think he will change his opening, or Zhou is enough for him?
This is a good question. Will Matthew Wadsworth go for repetition, or will he play for the win? Well, now you're up the piece, right? So you go for... he's called the arbiter.
He's asking for a draw?
Is he? Or did he...
What? They're checking the moves.
They're checking something. Or maybe something on...
He's claiming a draw? Oh, this is a gift. Bobby Cheng, take it.
Well, but we haven't had a threefold, have we?
No.
Have we? Have we?
I don't think so.
So we have had rook d1, rook d5 here already once. We've got it twice. But where is the... Rook d1, rook d5, rook d1, rook d5. I'm looking for the third one. And...
Look at from the after the trade knight of bishop f6, g takes f6 from that situation.
all the way back here. Oh, he claimed a draw! Wow. No, Bobby, why are you upset? Bobby, you should be happy with this draw. You were about to lose everything.
Yeah, and go back home without nothing. You should be very happy with this draw. This is a gift.
This is a gift. Matthew has been trying to get this draw since move 20.
It's basically my opponent to offer a draw 4 times.
Yeah, and I guess so. Bobby made this huge decision 25 moves ago to push for a win in time trouble. He must have thought, that he was crushing at one point, and he doesn't have the engine. So this position you feel you have and the position that Stockfish thinks you have, like, there are two totally different positions. Playing something as a human, playing something as an engine are not the same. So he must have felt that he was really, really putting some pressure. And he was, like, he had the opportunity. He was about +2 and a half at one point. But he's looking really upset with this draw. He looks so mad, but he should be happy. He has guaranteed himself at, at least joint first. Come on, Bobby.
He is unhappy because of the tie breaks.
Yes.
So basically, the first tie break 3, he has 40.5, and Matthew has 42.5.
Right, but he still gets the money. Like, they're still sharing the money, right? I think
he just wants to get first place. He just wants to win the tournament,
This is the most chess player thing ever.
Yeah, like, you want to win a tournament. That's what really matters in the end of the day. Because, yeah, okay, like, you want the title. You want That's what really matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he's disappointed. He tried his best, but and he had it. He knows he had it. He knows it was better, and he's very disappointed that he missed this chance.
Yes.
He fought so well, actually. He fought really, really, really well.
He did.
And
It was an amazing game.
On the second board, the game ended in a draw. I don't know.
Ah,
Oh, sorry, White won, actually. Sorry,
White won this one. Somebody in chat saying no, I don't think they do share. I did check the tournament website before. Let me get it up again because maybe I just got something wrong, but it looked like it was shared. So
not the first place, I guess. Not the first place. Yeah, the current.
Yes, maybe. Maybe not, I guess.
Can you take also a look what's the tie breaks? Which they count first? We don't have tie breaks actually. We just have they will not play.
It is not saying on the official website. Maybe it's on chess results. But what confused me, right, was I'll post this link in the chat for everybody. Prizes, and then for first through fifth, no clarification. For following prizes, rating prize, women's prize, it specifies tiebreak, right? But for first through fifth, there is no specification or reference at all to tiebreak. And it says later on, players on tied points will split the prize pool. So to me, this means that, and yeah, there's even clarification here, so I'm correct. For example, if 3 players come first, they will split the money and the next player will be fourth. So they will split, the top 3 will be equally divided. So Bobby is going to get a nice prize money, but I guess you don't come to these tournaments as top seed hoping to share first prize. Yeah,
and he was just fighting for the each game, and I think he's also just taking each game like individually very important. And he just wants to play a good tournament because like at some point not everyone really looks at like, oh, I'm gonna win this prize and that prize.
Yeah, this is true. Let's maybe take a look over at Alexandra because we still have her camera, and it's our last player camera that we have. So we have a lot of moves played, of course, because Alexandra is low on the clock. So we have queen trade, bishop to d2, rook to d1, pinning. Now rook h2, d8, bishop e6, rook takes rook, h takes, and now unpinning everything. Yes, this is now an endgame where you're down 2 pawns as black. So as white, you have to be happy here.
Very happy, and it's the same color bishop, so there's also not any danger of any type of draw setup. So you push the f5 now, gonna trade some of the pawns and create another weaknesses. And you want to, like, it depends how black will react here. If you take on f5, then I will not have the double pawns. And if you don't react, you also can just leave these pawns like that. In that case, you can play, I was just thinking like to take on g6, for instance. No, bishop d2.
After bishop to d2,
take. And to play something like bishop e3 or king to d3, c5 and king to c4 to go to that side.
Right, to open up. Yeah, this is nice as well. And we have f takes. So maybe we will see this on the board. So maybe king to d3.
Another way is also, you can play also bishop to e3 and then king to f4, king to g5 for to go to that pawn. Bishop e3 here, and bishop c3 or bishop b1, king f4 in this position.
Oh, king f4. We want to go the other way. Yes. Yes, now this
Yeah.
is impossible to prevent. I guess you can go here and
Can play bishop f4 here.
mm,
Oh, there's no checkmate. And you have another pawn as well. But yeah, maybe this is not the clearest way to win this game.
it's a bit hard to make progress.
Yeah.
King f4 though, we have to defend our pawns. This is the only way to win is by holding on to these pawns, right?
Yeah.
Somebody
and also
in
you
the
can
chat
always
asking. Oh, sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
just somebody in the chat asking why is Alexandra always low on time? Well, at this point in the game, we're move 53 and there's no time control at move 40, so everyone is going to be low on time.
Yeah. Yeah, and some players just like to consume more time on the clock at the beginning, so that's fine.
Right. So king f3 played instead of king f4, I guess keeping this open for the bishop.
Yeah, bishop to c3 might happen here, and then maybe she wants to play. Yeah, bishop c3. Maybe she wants to play now king 2. But I like this idea more of king getting on the queen side, like king d4, king d3, c5, and king c4.
Okay.
Have you ever missed your game like happened to Alexandra yesterday?
Never, ever. No. Have you?
I actually had a situation when I was playing the team competition and there was a traffic in Tbilisi and our car was stuck very far from the chess palace, and I was like I think half an hour before the round. So usually I like to be early at the board, especially when it's a team competition. I not to stress out my opponent, my teammates. And the driver's like, I can't go further. And I was like, okay, I paid. And I walked all the way, like a half town. I was running. And I went on time, actually 5 minutes earlier. And you have no idea how far is the distance, actually.
I would be really stressed out. I also like to be early, so I totally understand. How far did you have to walk?
A few kilometers, actually. As a little child, actually, I was running like crazy. When my parents learned about it, I was like 15 or 14. But if you know what I have done for chess in my life, it's just like nothing. Once I even got in the middle of the protest, my car was blockaded by the people. Like people were just just hitting on my car. And I was just a few minutes away from the game. It was Georgian Championship, actually, and I was one of the leaders. And the people's just, I knew it was a protest, but they started to walk right when I was driving there. Some people were like laying down on the roads. And I was like, what can I do? Like, I couldn't see, like, I can just hit someone. So I stopped the car. And the police made this kind of like a hole. And they said, like, either you leave now or you can leave for like whole day. And I was like, am I hitting someone? It's like, no, we're going to help. And people were just like, what is the name? Like when they were just smashing my car. I don't know what's the name, with the hands, and they're like, you have to stop the car, you have to stop the car. It's like, I was shaking. I was so scared of those people.
That is actually really scary, especially
if you
were young at the time.
It was very, very bad experience. Like my heart was like very, very, like it was so angry people, like hundreds of angry people, and I was in the car alone, and I was like, oh my goodness, what do I do now? So yeah, and then I was like, my car, I had a red car, it was everywhere in television. Next day, it was so visible that I was running away from the protest. Yeah.
Strange things. This is a really scary experience to have. And
I was 40 minutes late actually in a game.
Oh, you were Okay.
I was stuck there. I was shaking, and then I went and I couldn't park my car, and we had like 1 hour delay, like default time. And I made it, and in like 8 moves, I'm lost already. Like I'm 2 pawns down with black pieces, and it was worse. But then I made a draw anyway, so it was funny experience in the end. They're repeating the moves. I'm starting to get
I'm
scared.
worried. I'm starting to get worried that Alexandra will repeat.
She's keeping both pawns. You have to give up 1 pawn. She can go now. King d3 in this position. After king to c6, I was actually thinking to play bishop to d2 to give up e5 pawn and g3 pawn, but to take the bishop b4, bishop to g3, and you just move this bishop back on d2, let's say, and you push the pawns b4, a4, b5, and that's winning for sure. That's winning for sure. But something was off there. King d3 has been played.
Right. Yes. So here, this is this what we were? Yes, this seems to be fine, no? Like winning.
You better have to give up the pawn. I don't know if she wants to give up the pawn.
Yes. Yeah, this is true.
Oh, she goes.
So here, this is like no, it's still completely winning. So I hope she does this. Yeah,
move like a3, it will not make any much of difference, and you always want to keep as much pawns as possible. And at this point, the defender wants to trade as much pawns as possible to go somewhere and draw.
So you have bishop to e1.
Yeah, in this situation, shall I play c5? c5, king c6, king c4. It's not a good move.
I guess after like this, you're going to lose the pawn, right?
Yeah, and we're trading the pawns.
Can you play your idea now, though, just in a slightly different move order? It's basically the same thing.
The same thing, I can go for it.
Okay, so I guess she is trying to play king b2, a3, and go this way, which is a bit slower. But she's trying to keep all of her pawns. Can now just play the same idea.
Yeah, this is the idea she has to go for
yeah, this is the idea she has to find.
Yeah, this is one
very instructive. It's very instructive because it's not intuitive to give up these pawns that she is trying so hard to hold. Because to give up the 2 pawns that you are up to trade into an equal material but winning position. That's
that's the power of something like extra. You can always give it back on your terms with a winning position. So,
I guess you still end up being +1 because you get to take b4.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this is good.
Now they will try.
And also, you know what's funny? You are just getting rid of the pawns, which can get you access to the other weaknesses. Like now, if my pawn is a weakness, like you can play king e4.
Yes.
And bishop to c3. And just to move the pawn.
Yes. Yes. Once you see that you can stop this pawn with the king, then you just go, right?
Yeah. This is one way. Another way, you can also just push the pawns there, create the pass pawns, and then win on the.
Oh yes, right, exactly. So you can do this, and then you'll have 2. Yes, or even with a4, and you create 2 connected passers. Okay. Interesting.
Maybe she'll just get some time here on the clock, and now bishop d2 again.
Come on, Alex, bishop d2. And to see it. What does she play? She's played something. King to e2. I'm very worried that she will accidentally make a repetition.
Yeah, that's a good point.
because this is what her opponent wants. Like, this is what her opponent is looking out for, is an accidental repetition.
If she goes now king d3, yeah.
Yeah. And
It's
we
2
will
times
keep,
repetition already.
I have to go for this.
What is really good way to when you're like defender and your opponent is repeating the move, like if the position happens to be repeated twice, just make a mark on the score bit, so you know this is already the second time. This is much easier and safer way to make sure that you know it.
Ah, so she has this new idea to come this way now.
Yeah.
And Alex looks quite nervous. Like she's kind of I mean, you are going to be nervous when you're playing this with such low time, right?
Yeah. Some players just like to move, actually.
Yeah. Okay, now bishop. Oh no, king back. King e8. And as we can see from the camera, there are not so many games going on. Almost everybody has finished. So this camera, Alex has a fixed board, so she has room for her webcam. And these are all of the top boards that are not on this stage. So this is board 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, going all the way up to the end. And so these are actually some of the top players. Most of them finished already.
She's going
to f3. I'm worried. I'm just going to take a quick look to see if we have any games still going that we want to look at. And these are kind of all very close to being over. I think we can stick with Alexandra. We're having lots happen very quickly.
Yeah, this is a very exciting game.
And her opponent is actually doing this correct strategy where she pressures on the clock, right? So she's
I'm certain she knows.
Minutes for a while.
Yeah, she knows the way how.
Right. And now bishop to e1. I'm worried about potential repetitions. Actually, I think we haven't had. She's managed to not repeat. The bishop was here the last time.
I like how she's like nodding, like in every move she's like, yeah, this is the move. I think like she's going to win. You know what's so funny here? If you play, I can't pass them. If you play something like king to c8, c7, sorry, c7. Oh no, I can't do that. I wanted to check. No, yeah, I wanted to checkmate on bishop f2, but the pawn on a before is hanging.
Ah, this would be crazy.
It's
almost checkmate, yeah. Yeah, if you had one more pawn.
Yeah. That would work.
Yes, Alexandra is the person in yellow. Her outfit makes me think it was raining there today.
Yeah.
Wearing this big raincoat. And she hasn't taken it off for the whole game. Now that all the top boards are over, actually, we can see the standings. So, in joint first place, Bobby Cheng, Matthew Wadsworth, Sebastian Bogner, and Boris Chatalbashev. So these will be sharing the joint pooled prize of first through fourth. And then in
So,
5th place, shared, is Vladyslav Larkin and Marcos Collados with Ameet Ghasi, Thomas Beerdsen, and Vojtech Plat. So this is being shared 5 ways, even
yeah,
more.
sharing. So I just pull up the chess results, and chess results are the most accurate page
Yes.
for the standings, and Bobby Cheng is the first.
Okay.
So I don't know why he was so dramatic.
Maybe he didn't realize.
Yeah,
Maybe
first he
he
didn't
didn't know.
realize, and I think he just takes every game, every round by each game, you know, like he just missed the chance
Right.
to win that game. His performance is 45.5, and second place is Sebastian Bogner. His performance is 42.
Right.
And then we have Boris Chatalbashev with 41.5, and Matthew Wadsworth is fourth with 44. So I think at this point Matthew might be a bit disappointed that he didn't try to win, and now he came
Yes.
fourth. Like it was such a winning end game in the end. Like I don't know why he claimed the draw.
So I'm super curious about this plan that Alex has got. So she has given up G to try and get B, but now A5 is possible. So you're actually not winning the B pawn.
Oh,
right?
okay.
This is the position we have on the board. And now it feels more challenging because if you go here and you try to play like G5 and you have your bishop defending these 2 pawns, I'm just not sure how you're getting in.
She wants to play a rook to bishop to d8 next move and chase the a5 pawn.
Ah, yes, this is possible.
But like I can play king d7. I can give a check first. I can give first check. You don't allow
but now
d5.
the king.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. The check. The check is key. If she finds the check, then she does, and she's played it.
Yeah. Oh boy.
King to e4, and now king to d7 to stop this.
Well, yeah, it's getting tricky.
King to d7, I'm wondering if you can play like...
Do you know that little trick here when you work with the engine? When the engine suggests 3 lines and all of them are the same elevation, it's a draw. It doesn't matter like if it's +5 or +2 or whatever. If it has the same numbers, yeah, it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
Getting very close there, as you can see the numbers.
Yeah, it's getting very close. Yeah. We have this move, bishop to b6 played instead. And now, this was my question because now you cannot keep both, right?
Just going, I guess, for that.
Yeah, because if
bishop e7, bishop e7,
bishop e7 is played.
I think the same idea.
Now there is this idea c5.
Yeah.
And this would obviously be a win because the...
You just stick in
king
on
is
the
going
king's side.
to come in,
King f4.
Yes, and you just take and win. And the black king has to stay within the square. Crucial tiebreak was performance rating, so Bobby wins the title. Yes.
Yeah, I think he deserves the title. Like what I have seen, I have joined you like 3 times, but all these times that I have seen his games and his character and how much he's investing in each game, he deserves all the best, and he deserves to play in and win a lot of events like this. So I'm very happy to know him after this tournament, because yeah, it's you can always discover so many good players at the events like this.
I want to see her find c5 here. And yes, no, sorry, I totally agree about Bobby Cheng. And I guess just it must have been an expensive trip for him if he is based in Australia. Maybe he was hoping the prize money would help him to play more tournaments. Okay, so we have bishop to d6, and I guess we are hoping to play c5 this way. But now you can play king to c6, right? And maybe you want to play king to f4.
Bishop d8.
Bishop to d8 makes it harder. There's this creative idea to come here. Oh, sorry. To come here. But this is really a slow way to do it. It's better to win slowly than to not win. So.
Yeah. Actually, it is so important to be very strong in the end games, because you might play very well in the opening and play very well in the middle game, but even though you have 2 extra pawns, you still need to win, which is like ridiculous. Like most of the I don't know, openings or the puzzles we are ending when we win some material and we don't continue what happens afterwards, right? So many people don't know how to actually win winning positions. And then when it comes to some of the technique of the end game, and it is so crucial if someone is like serious, mostly kids are serious to play professionally, end game is one of the first they have to work on. That's what many people are just missing. It's difficult to study end games. What you played?
We had a king to d4. We had a question in chat, what about a3 ideas? And I'm guessing the point is that now maybe at some point you can play a4 and then the king can come and like try to take some weakened pawns here at some point.
Yeah, when you have an extra material, you don't want to trade any pawns, because there can be some chances, like in that position, black can give up the pawn, a pawn.
Yes.
And now it doesn't make any sense, but he can sacrifice the bishop for the rest of the pawns, and the a8 promotion square is a light square, and have dark square bishop, you can never win that. So even it's a slight, perhaps you don't want to give that to your opponent. It's not your dream way, and you want to win this pawn actually. It's a target. a5 and b4 pawns are target, and a2 pawn is never a target, so you have to keep that.
Yes, exactly. It's light squared, and this king is never coming here. Like this is not happening. Okay, so she has found this idea. I'm excited that she has found it now. But with the king not on f4, I guess bishop to g5 is possible. Bishop to h4 is possible anyway.
You see now this engine lines plus 2.65. It bothers me. It really bothers me. It really bothers me.
Yes.
Might be technically draw if with the correct play.
Yes. This could end up being quite a long end game now. And all of our top games have finished.
Yeah.
And the tournament has been decided actually, right? So the tournament is over essentially.
Yeah. This game will not have any influence on the top boards because it's board 5, but like we can see it's actually board 17. Is it 79 or it's just a number of the key, maybe key locker or something? Cannot be 79.
It's definitely lower board, but when you're having a fixed board, you always get this illusion of playing very high board, which is kind of nice for streamers because they never get pushed down to the end if they do badly.
Yeah.
And we have a question. Bishop to f6 seems like a clear win. How does black stop a bishop? d8.
Let's make several
isn't to get the
numbers.
bishop here. Well, there's this this checking idea is
Mhm.
the engine's preference. But yeah, you're right that the bishop can come to f6 now.
Bishop e1 now. The point being that you can't access to g5 square that easily. I can play now king, I don't know, king d7. And when you try to access on g5 with king to f4, I have bishop d2. And you
Yeah.
cannot, yeah.
Yes, and now this is starting to feel more like draw. So we have this check, which was not the right direction. The bishop needed to come this way, but checks are very tempting to give. King to e4 is should be played because we want to come in this way. And there are no more checks in this position. So come on, Alex. Why didn't Bobby Cheng play in round 8? Are you missing something? Oh, we don't know. He took a bye. Everybody is allowed to take a bye, and we just assume he wanted to have a rest.
That is so smart, actually.
Yeah, and he really came back with the fighting spirit today. So
Yeah.
okay, king to e4. Now we have some chance to win this again. Katie, thank you so much for joining me for 3 of these commentary sessions. It's been a real pleasure, and
Likewise, I enjoyed
will
so
be
much.
streaming. Yeah.
I will be streaming Title Tuesday. I will play Title Tuesday, and maybe we can also do some like collab streams to just go through with some tactics and
Yeah, absolutely. This is
attacking
really fun.
ideas.
This is really fun, and I haven't had any coaching in a while. I haven't studied in a while, so it would be good for this as well. It would be really nice to do some collaboration. I would really like it. So
yeah, we
let
should
me
think
know.
of that. Yeah. I'm not really streaming that much last few months, but like I always like it. If someone starts my computer, starts the lights and everything, I'll come and start to stream. But like myself, I don't want to do it. I don't know why. But that I think it's normal feeling when you have no time.
Yeah, it's like a habit as well. Because if you haven't streamed in a while, it can feel like the longer you're away from it, the harder it is to start again. Kind of like going to the gym, same kind of thing. Like
yeah, it is true. Like you're like it when you're already there, but to go there.
Yeah. Okay, now we can play king to f4 and access to g5. Because now this idea is gonna be too slow, right?
Yeah, because king is already on f4. You can play bishop to g7. And whatever black does doesn't matter. I play bishop f6 next move. I kick the bishop away, and king is already on g5.
Yeah.
G5. Interesting. Oh my God, is it?
It's a bit crazy, right? Like, I hope that this doesn't happen. I want to see this king come in, and I want to see a.
Yeah. Wow, g5 is a good resource here for black. If she goes for that, it's a really good resource. But she has to do it when the bishop is on h4. She cannot do it here because if she goes g5 and keeps the bishop on d8 very passive, then bishop g7, bishop f6 will win the pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I have this idea from the engine a4. You want to just take this, right?
Yeah. What's the point?
Well, I guess if you take, then black is happy to try to grab these pawns, but I mean, yes, you can just go here, and I guess the king will try to. I honestly don't know. I think that the engine is stuck. I think the engine is drunk and stuck. Okay, she's found this idea. We'll see if g5 is next. But can you play this move now, bishop h6, and stops g5, and then any move like you're.
But also, you're not improving here. I will play bishop e1.
Yes, this is true. You're not.
This is exactly what we're talking about: bishop f6 and bishop d2.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is true.
might be a draw.
Okay, let's see if she plays g5. If she plays g5, I think we can likely end the commentary because the tournament is over for prizes,
Yeah.
and this will be a very long ending.
Yeah, once I played so many hours with extra 2 pawns that the arbiter calls to my coach, and we have g5 on them. And my coach came to me and said, like, it's okay.
Yes. And so we have g5. So I think this will be the end of our commentary. They can keep playing this now for another hour if they want to. But thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Point being that you can't access on the king side, and you can't also that easily get on the queen side, and you have this weakness on g5, but it's guarded.
Yes.
And like let's maybe make like few more moves here, like king to c7, let's say. Bishop to f6, king to c6. Let's say king d4. I'll give a check on f2. And after king d3 or whatever, I'll go back bishop to h4. And
how do you make progress, right?
Yeah, it's hard to make a progress. You can get the pawn. Actually, there's bishop to d8 move. You can get a5 pawn, but after a4.
Yes, you're no longer in time to take here.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is
second king
possible.
c5.
But now bishop b1 and everything is held together.
But you know, maybe they can still try here, but in a correct way, this is a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm impressed with her opponent. I'm impressed that
she's really tough. She's really tough.
Is so resilient. Absolutely.
Yeah, it was very impressive at the beginning how she made this knight f6 knight g8 move, and then she got so much advantage. And there was a bit inaccuracy somewhere in the middle game, but end game she is doing really good. So yeah, very nicely done by her opponent, Emily Maton.
Yes. Yes, she's been incredibly resilient. She must be so tired. It's the last round and they're one of the final games going on. Hoping to hold this draw, which would be a good result for her. She'll be gaining some more rating. She's already gaining 10 points. So it's not a bad tournament. And I'm just checking. I think we will raid Anna Maya today. And for those of you who have watched this tournament, thank you so much for following us and watching our commentary. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you were invested. I was very invested, especially in that game between Bobby and Matthew Wadsworth today.
Oh, it was a really good game.
Yeah, this was a really good game. This was very, very exciting. And I think Bobby, yeah, like you said, definitely deserves to get the trophy.
Absolutely, he deserves that. I'm sure we're gonna see him in many other events too. He'll keep playing more and more. And yeah, thanks Lila for being a really awesome host, and thanks for having me here. And I had a really, really good time to covering this event with you.
Yes, and I'm excited for our future collaboration.
Yes. Me too.
Thank you everybody for watching. Bye guys, we will see you soon.